fuck yeah, started. What's that? Oh, of course, plus this. Alex moved to 4. Darcy as well. On, yeah, I should. Uh, I really don't know about much of David Hume. That's the thing. Yeah. Machiavelli, yeah. Go to that.
Hello, everyone. I'm Stephen West. This is Philosophize This. Thank you to everybody that supports the show on Patreon. It's currently the only way the show is being funded other than t-shirt sales, so I deeply appreciate it.
Listen to this.
Today's episode is about a famous debate regarding democracy that took place at the beginning of the 20th century. I hope you love the show today. So just thinking ahead, I think it's going to be extremely valuable for us to spend a little time on 20th century political philosophy. And that's what we're going to do right now. See, there's a lot of conversation in the realm of 20th century political philosophy that not only is going to be very useful for us and the future of this show, but the 20th century is just filled with famous political debates that end up being incredibly fruitful for the societies that they were conducted in. These debates, in many cases, you could say, did more for their societies in the 20th century than any other century of political debate did for theirs basically ever. I mean, even though two philosophers at the beginning of the 20th century, it really didn't seem like it was going to be that way at first. See, there's this conversation going on at the end of the 19th century, heading into the 20th century, about whether it's a good idea to even be talking about political philosophy anymore at all. Where this is coming from are the same conversations that eventually give rise to structuralism. Remember, structuralism, one of its main tenets is to talk about how the ideas that we've come up with over the years haven't been some ongoing progression towards some ultimate truth as we may have thought about in the past. When it comes to your subjectivity, you are not some free acting agent just disinterestedly navigating the universe. That everything that you do think and can possibly think is ultimately dictated by the narrow historical, cultural, and biological parameters that you were born into. The ideas that you have about the world equally narrow and subject to an arbitrary historical context. Well, the problems people are having at the end
Okay, culture industry. Culture industry.
of the 19th century with the idea of engaging in political philosophy stemmed from this. They were saying, I mean, if the essence of political philosophy is to ask questions like, what is it to be a citizen? What is the role of government? How should power be delegated and regulated? How do we best live together in communities of different types of people? If these are the questions we're trying to answer, and the ideas you have about the right answers to those questions ultimately are products of the time and culture you were born into, then when it comes to the task of trying to find the best political philosophy out there, when we have these discussions, what are we even talking about? Because if this stuff is true, can't we never arrive at any sort of satisfying answers to these questions? Well, then is political philosophy something we should even be doing anymore? Nonetheless, even if there were these reservations at the time, political philosophy still went on. And if you were to dissect the conversation that was going on at the time, there were three major branches of the conversation going on, and we're going to talk about all three of them eventually. But one of the branches would have been philosophers taking a much closer look at the subject of democracy. And one of the biggest, if not the biggest, conversations about democracy that's going on during this time is going on between the famous political commentator Walter Lippmann and the American pragmatist philosopher John Dewey. Probably the best place to try to insert ourselves into their debate and start to uncover the position that Walter Lippmann held about democracy is to talk about an old criticism of democracy that probably initially stems from Plato's Republic. The paraphrased version of this question would be something like, is the average citizen of a society the right person to be making the decisions about who should be making the decisions for a society? Now,
I think, like I said before about practicing politics of practicing democracy. Those who vote or contribute to governments is the ones who practice it. So
The implication there is that clearly they are not. And just to move us along so we can save some time, another way of putting that would be to say that we all need to be willing to consider that a fundamental flaw in the way a democracy functions is that any political action carried out by that democracy is ultimately going to rely heavily on public opinion, which is the name of Walter Lippmann's famous 1922 critique of democracy, public opinion. This critique of democracy, John Dewey would later say, is the greatest critique of democracy that was around at the time. And John Dewey, if you don't already know, is the poster boy for a person that's in support of a democracy. But more on him later. Let's talk about Walter Lippmann right now. Lippmann's main point when it comes to the first half of his book, Public Opinion, is that there are several fundamental problems with the structure of democracies that have existed in the past that are going to lead to a lot of serious problems for societies of the future.
I'm going to insert myself. My own opinion is a level of force and motivation and consistency. We all have made mistakes and regrets, whatever that is. Point taken. Terrible. Paradox.
If we don't all get serious now and do something about them. The place a lot of these problems stem from, democracy's reliance on public opinion. Lippmann would say that public opinion being the driving force behind
Democracy, majority rules.
Political action in a society sounds great in theory, but in practice, things just don't work out the way the founders of our modern democracies had in mind. He references the founders of the United States. He talks about how back then things were different. Back then, not everybody could vote. The people that could vote were relatively wealthy landowners that had a vested interest in understanding their local communities because it directly affected their land. The expectations of the founders were that, yes, things would change. The country may grow exponentially. The lives of people within that democracy may change dramatically. But no matter what happened with the country, the primary focus for a citizen politically would be these immediate sub-communities that they were closest to. The reason this was a check mark in favor of democracy was that, if the scope of the world you're thinking about politically is limited to just your local community and likely the place you spent your entire life, it's going to be a lot easier for you to be qualified to make intelligent decisions about the future of that.
Prior to the 50s, traveling beyond wasn't common, where it's more common now. Virtual world's definitely hard in it. Think about that. So, find content.
Community. But as we know, and Walter Lippmann knew in 1922, this just isn't the way the world has shaken out. The scope of the world we're expected to have thoughts on politically is global. When you really take a step back and look at all the enormously complex systems that you're expected to have intelligent thoughts about as a modern member of a democracy, fields with thousands of years of work done, fields people dedicate their entire lives to and don't even come close to understanding fully. The world is not like the sub-communities that the founders thought were going to keep going. The world is, as Lippmann says, quote, too big, too complex, and too fleeting for direct acquaintance. We are not equipped to deal with so much subtlety, so much variety, and so many permutations and combinations. And although we have to act in that environment, we have to reconstruct it on a simpler model before we can manage it. End quote. What he's talking about is that as people, when we're face to face with this unbridled complexity and nuance of the political world, that almost as a defense mechanism, we construct a simpler alternative model of that world that's more manageable for us. He calls these models of the world that we construct of the actual environment pseudo-environments. To construct one of these pseudo-environments, what we have to do is take a look around us at the world and create a collection of stereotypes. Not just stereotypes about people or cultures, he's speaking more broadly than that. Stereotypes about the environment, stereotypes about medicine, stereotypes about the government. And whenever we're prompted to give our intelligent thoughts about a particular subject as a member of a democracy, we...
Chomsky's manufacturing of dissent. So, better keep that in mind, eh? Illuminati style.
Look to our pseudo-environment, go into our grab bag of stereotypes and pull one out to do battle with the stereotypes of everybody else. When you combine these pseudo-environments and stereotypes of each and every member of a particular democracy, the sum total of them, to Lippmann, quote, crystallize into what we call public opinion, end quote. To Lippmann, in other words, what we refer to as public opinion and the resource we use to drive our democracies forward is nothing more than the crystallized version of everyone's collective pseudo takes on the world based
aka pop culture.
on stereotypes. But if that fact wasn't bad enough, Lippmann would want us to consider where we even get these narrow pseudo collections of stereotypes. See, to Lippmann, if you're somebody trying to create one of these pseudo environments, in other words, if you're somebody interested in having an opinion on the world or forming a political stance at all, what you necessarily have to do in order to do that is hear about events that you don't experience, have never seen. Yesterday, you had no idea this thing even existed. This thing is usually happening so far away from you that you couldn't possibly understand its proper context. And your job is to form emotional responses to these events. Not just that, these emotional responses are always based on the moral intuitions of the pseudo environment that the person's already created in their head. In other words, the events of the world are always filtered through this preset
social engineering
collection of stereotypes that the person had that helped them create a vision of the world up until that point in the first place. Now, if that weren't bad enough, Lippmann would want us to ask where we even get these events of the world that it's our job to form emotional responses to. Well, the answer is simple. In our modern world, the media and media products. We are living in a world where media products are the best tool.
When we're all about born into equality local communities, despite what this video says. If you're surrounded by idiots, guess what you are?
Tools the average citizen has to create one of these pseudo environments. Media products created by people with their own set of stereotypes they use to chop up the world. Media products delivered through an extremely narrow medium, through the moving images on a TV screen, through the limitations of an existing format of a podcast, through the extremely narrow metric of what it is to, quote, report on something. Not to mention the profit motive of media outlets, which is driven by consumer decisions, not necessarily how accurate they are. Lippmann has a famous quote, "For $1, you may not even get an armful of candy, but for $1 or less, people expect reality/representations of truth to fall into their laps," end quote. But even if this weren't bad enough, consider all the other obstacles in the way of getting to even these media sources. Consider that media itself is always delivered by the vehicle of language, which is itself an extremely crude and narrow thing. Consider the socioeconomic limitations that face the average citizen when constructing this pseudo-environment. For example, most people work 40 hours a week. They have families and lives to maintain. They have recreation time to tend to so they don't burn out of this whole process. How much time is there really at the end of it all to educate yourself on all of these extremely complex systems so you can become some sort of weekend warrior Rhodes Scholar? You know, the prominent idea for a long time was that access to information was going to be an extremely good thing for political discourse. The more information people had, the smarter they were going to be. The smarter they were, the more complex their ideas and discussions would become. The one-dimensional political fanaticism of the past was a result, in part, of the ignorance of the populations. This is why a lot of people were extremely optimistic when the internet first came along. I mean, you want to talk about access to information. The internet is like throwing gunpowder on that fire. So why does it seem like it has simultaneously thrown gunpowder on the one-dimensional political fanaticism fire? Walter Lippmann saw this coming because he knew that when people seek information, they are not seeking the truth. They're seeking to reinforce a pseudo-environment of stereotypes they already believe in. And even if they're not, the whole process of seeking information is filtered through their existing set of stereotypes, and it sabotages that whole process. Lippmann says that so often what we think of as developing our understanding of politics in the world is really just us choosing between which of the handful of existing authorities and thought leaders we're going to entrust our entire worldview to. There's no question as to why Lippmann would have had a problem with using.
I'll let you this and then I'll go for a walk. By Noam Chomsky, the birthplace of my academic interest. So, I'll be back.
Good morning, Walker. Good morning, Walker. No, sound 3, 2, 1, take 2. Good morning. Welcome to Erin Mills Town Center, the home of the world's largest permanent point-of-purchase video wall installation. My name is Calvin Fluke, and I'm your video host all day here at EMTV. I want to take this opportunity to extend a very special and warm welcome to the film crew from Necessary Illusions. We've got an excellent lineup of television programming for you today, so let's get on with it.
So how long have they been working on this documentary?
Gosh, they've been working on it. I don't know how long, but I know every country I show up, they're always there.
They're there, huh?
Yeah, they were in England, they were in Japan, all over the place.
Jeez.
Like, they must have 500 hours worth of tape like that.
But they put together a real doozy when they're done, huh?
I can't imagine who's going to want to hear somebody talk for an hour, but I guess they know what they're doing.
Where are y'all from? Florida.
Yeah.
Y'all talking Florida. We're making a film about Noam Chomsky. Does anybody know who Noam Chomsky is?
No.
Good afternoon and welcome to Wyoming Talks. My guest today is well-known intellectual Noam Chomsky. Thank you for being on our program today.
Very glad to be here.
Well, I know probably the main purpose for your trip to Wyoming is to discuss thought control in a democratic society. Now, I'd say I'm just Jane, USA, and I say, well, gee, this is a democratic society, and what do you mean thought control? I make up my own mind. I create my own destiny. What would you say to her?
Well, I would suggest that Jane take a close look at the way the media operate, the way the public relations industry operates, the extensive thinking that's been going on for a long, long period about the necessity for finding ways to marginalize and control the public in democratic society. But particularly to look at the evidence that's been accumulated about the way the major media, the sort of agenda-setting media, I mean the national press and the television and so on, the way that they shape and control the kinds of opinions that appear, the kinds of information that comes through, the sources to which they go, and so on. And I think that Jane will find some very surprising things about the democratic system.
I'd like to welcome all of you to this lecture today. Several years ago, Professor Chomsky was described in the New York Times Book Review as follows: judged in terms of the power, range, novelty, and influence of his thought, Noam Chomsky is arguably the most important intellectual alive. Professor Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, there are some people out behind that blackness there, but if I don't look you in the eye, it's because I don't see you. All I see is the blackness. Perhaps I ought to begin by reporting something that's never read. The line about the arguably the most important intellectual in the world and so on comes from a publisher's blurb, and you also always got to watch those things, because if you go back to the original, you'll find that that sentence is actually there. This is in the New York Times. But the next sentence is, since that's the case, how can he write such terrible things about American foreign policy? And they never quote that point. But in fact, if it wasn't for that second sentence, I would begin to think that I'm doing something wrong. And I'm not joking about that. It's true that the emperor doesn't have any clothes, but the emperor doesn't like to be told it. And the emperor's lapdogs, like the New York Times, are not going to enjoy the experience if you do.
Good evening, I'm Bill Moyers. What's more dangerous, the big stick or the big lie? Governments have used both against their own people. Tonight I'll be talking with a man who has been thinking about how we can see the developing lie. He says that propaganda is to democracy what violence is to a dictatorship, but he hasn't lost faith in the power of common people to speak up for the truth. You have said that we live entangled in webs of endless deceit, that we live in a highly indoctrinated society where elementary truths are easily buried. Elementary truths
such as the fact that we invaded South Vietnam, or the fact that we're standing in the way of significant, and have for years, of significant moves towards arms negotiation, or the fact that the military system is to a substantial extent, not totally, but to a substantial extent, a mechanism by which the general population is compelled to provide a subsidy to high technology industry. Since they're not going to do it if you ask them to, you have to deceive them into doing it. I think there are many truths like that, and we don't face them.
Do you believe in common sense? I mean, you're
Absolutely.
You do.
I believe in Cartesian common sense. I think people have the capacities to see through the deceit in which they're ensnared, but they got to make the effort.
Seems a little incongruous to hear a man from the ivory tower of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a scholar, a distinguished linguistics scholar, talk about common people with such appreciation.
I think that scholarship, at least the field that I work in, has the opposite consequences. My own studies in language and human cognition demonstrate, to me at least, what remarkable creativity ordinary people have. The very fact that people talk to one another is a reflection, just in a normal way, I don't mean anything particularly fancy, reflects deep-seated features of human creativity, which in fact separate human beings from any other biological system we know.
Tonight, scientists talk to the animals, but are they talking back? The Journal with Barbara Frum and Mary Lou Finley.
Communicating with animals is a serious scientific pursuit.
This is Noam Chomsky. Nim, jokingly named after the great linguist Noam Chomsky, was the great hope of animal communication in the 1970s. For 4 years, Petito and others coached him in sign language, but in the end, they decided it was a lost cause. Nim could ask for things, but not much more.
I would have loved to have a conversation with Nim and understand how he looked at the universe. He failed to communicate that information to me. Now we gave him every opportunity.
When you feed your kids the protein, fiber, multigrain, B vitamins and iron in Nutrigrain, they will be unstoppable.
Well, they won't be unstoppable, but it will give them the fuel they need to try again and again. And there it is. That's it, Mum. Play it cool. Fuel their effort with the protein, fibre and energy in Nutrigrain.
Noam Chomsky, theorist of language and political activist, has had an extraordinary career. I can think of none like it in recent American history, and few anywhere at any time. He has literally transformed the subject of linguistics. At the same time, he's become one of the most consistent critics of power politics in all its protean guises. Scholar and propagandist, his two careers apparently reinforce each other. In 1957, he published his Syntactic Structures, which began what has frequently been called the Chomskyan Revolution in Linguistics. Like a latter-day Copernicus, Chomsky proposed a radically new way of looking at the theory of grammar. Chomsky worked out the formal rules of a universal grammar which generated the specific rules of actual or natural languages.
The general approach I'm taking seems to me rather simple-minded and unsophisticated, but nevertheless correct. Maybe I have a little piece of black.
Later he came to argue that such systems are innate features of human beings. They belong to the characteristics of the species and have been, in effect, programmed into the genetic equipment of the mind like the machine language in a computer.
One needn't be interested in this question. Of course, I am interested in it. And the interesting question from this point of view would be, what is the nature of the initial state? That is, what is human nature in this respect?
That in turn explains the
astonishing. Try the next one. Facility.
That in turn explains the astonishing facility that children have in learning the rules of natural language, no matter how complicated, incredibly quickly, from what are imperfect and often degenerate samples.
Complicated.
Complicated.
It's a complicated word. You know what complicated means? It means it's complicated.
If in fact our minds were a blank slate and experience wrote on them, we would be very impoverished creatures indeed. So the obvious hypothesis is that our language is the result of the unfolding of a genetically determined program. Well, plainly there are different languages. In fact, the apparent variation of languages is quite superficial. It's certain, as certain as anything else, is that humans are not genetically programmed to learn one or another language. So you bring up a Japanese baby in Boston, it'll speak Boston English. And you bring up my child in Japan, it'll speak Japanese. And that means that from that it simply follows by logic that the basic structure of the languages must be essentially the same. Our task as scientists is to try to determine exactly what those fundamental principles are that cause the knowledge of language to unfold in the manner in which it does under particular circumstances. And incidentally, I think there is no doubt the same must be true of other aspects of human intelligence and systems of understanding and interpretation and moral and aesthetic judgment and so on.
The implications of these views have washed over the fields of psychology, education, sociology, philosophy, literary criticism, and logic.
In the 50s and 60s, the bridge between your theoretical work and your political work seems to have been the attack on behaviorism. But now, behaviorism is no longer an issue, or so it seems. So how does this leave the link between your linguistics and your politics?
Well, I've always regarded the link, I've never really perceived much of a link, to tell you the truth. Again, I would be very pleased to be able to discover intellectually convincing connections between my own anarchist convictions on the one hand and what I think I can demonstrate or at least begin to see about the nature of human intelligence on the other. But I simply can't find intellectually satisfying connections between those two domains. I can discover some tenuous points of contact.
Il n'y a de créativité possible qu'à partir d'un système de règles. Le problème, alors, là, que je me pose, et où je ne suis pas peut-être tout à fait d'accord avec M. Chomsky, c'est lorsqu'il place ces régularités à l'intérieur, en quelque sorte, de l'esprit ou de la nature humaine. Je me demande si le système de régularité, de contraintes, qui rendent possible une science, on ne peut pas les trouver ailleurs, en dehors même de l'esprit humain, dans des formes sociales, dans des rapports de production, dans des luttes de classe, etc.
If it is correct, as I believe it is, that a fundamental element of human nature is the need for creative work, for creative inquiry, for free creation without the arbitrary limiting effects of coercive institutions, then of course it will follow that a decent society should maximize the possibilities for this fundamental human
characteristic to be realized. Now, a federated, decentralized system of free associations incorporating economic as well as social institutions would be what I refer to as anarcho-syndicalism, and it seems to me that it is the appropriate form of social organization for an advanced technological society in which human beings do not have to be forced into the position of tools, of cogs in the machine.
Since the 1960s, Noam Chomsky has been the voice of a very characteristic brand of rationalist libertarian socialism. He's attacked the abuses of power wherever he saw them. He's made himself deeply unpopular by his criticism of American policy, the subservience of the intelligentsia, the degradation of Zionism, the distortions of media and self-delusions of prevailing ideologies.
Under the liberal administrations of the 1960s, the club of academic intellectuals designed and implemented the Vietnam War and other similar, though smaller, actions. This particular community is a very relevant one to consider at a place like MIT because, of course, you're all free to enter this community. In fact, you're invited and encouraged to enter the community of technical intelligentsia and weapons designers and counterinsurgency experts and pragmatic planners of an American empire is one that you have a great deal of inducement to become associated with. The inducements, in fact, are very real. The rewards in...
At Nurofen, we believe headaches shouldn't hold you back. Unleash the speed of liquid with Nurofen's advanced liquid capsules. You do what brings you joy. We'll do the fast headache relief.
Power and affluence and prestige and authority.
Jamie. This came with the mail. Be with you in a second. Okay, they still got their cameras. Okay.
Really? I want to start. In your essay, Language and Freedom, you write, social action must be animated by a vision of a future society. I was wondering what vision of a future society animates you?
Oh, well, I have my own ideas as to what a future society should look like. I've written about them. I mean, I think that we should, at the most general level, we should be seeking out forms of authority and domination and challenging their legitimacy. Now, sometimes they are legitimate. That is, let's say, they're needed for survival. So, for example, I wouldn't suggest that during the Second World War, the forms of authority, we had a totalitarian society, basically, and I thought there was some justification for that under the wartime conditions. And there are other forms of, so for relations between parents and children, for example, involve forms of coercion, which are sometimes justifiable. But any form of coercion and control requires justification, and most of them are completely unjustifiable. Now, at various stages of human civilization, it's been possible to challenge some of them, but not others. Others are too deep-seated, or you don't see them, or whatever. And so at any particular point, you try to detect those forms of authority and domination, which are subject to change, and which do not have any legitimacy, in fact, which often strike at fundamental human rights and your understanding of fundamental human nature and rights. Well, what are the major things, say, today? There are some that are being addressed in a way. The feminist movement is addressing some. The civil rights movement is addressing others. The one major one that's not being seriously addressed is the one that's really at the core of the system of domination, and that's private control over resources. And that means an attack on the fundamental structure of state capitalism. Now, I think that's in order. That's not something far off in the future.
Your life work. The alphabet has only 26 letters.
With these 26 magic symbols, however, millions of words are written every day.
Nowhere else are people so addicted to information and entertainment via the printed word. Every day the world comes thumping on the American doorstep, and nothing that happens anywhere remains long a secret from the American newspaper reader. It comes to us pretty casually, the daily paper. But behind its arrival on your doorstep is one of journalism's major stories, how it got there.
There is a standard view about democratic societies and the role of the media within them. It's expressed, for example, by Supreme Court Justice Powell when he spoke of the crucial role of the media in affecting the societal purpose of the First Amendment, namely enabling the public to assert meaningful control over the political process. That kind of formulation expresses the understanding that democracy requires free access to information and ideas and opinion, and the same conceptions hold not only with regard to the media, but with regard to educational institutions, publishing, the intellectual community generally.
It is basic to the health of a democracy that no phase of government activity escape the scrutiny of the press. Here, reporters are assigned to stories fateful not only to our nation, but to all nations. Congress, says the First Amendment, shall pass no law abridging the freedom of the press. And the chief executive himself throws open the doors of the White House to journalists representing papers of all shades of political opinion.
But it is worth bearing in mind that there is a contrary view. And in fact, the contrary view is very widely held and deeply rooted in our own civilization. It goes back to the origins of modern democracy, to the 17th century English Revolution, which was a complicated affair like most popular revolutions. There was a struggle between Parliament, representing largely elements of the gentry and the merchants, and the royalists, representing other elite groups, and they fought it out. But like many popular revolutions, there was also a lot of popular ferment going on that was opposed to all of them. There were popular movements that were questioning everything: the relation between master and servant, the right of authority altogether, all kinds of things were being questioned. There was a lot of radical publishing. The printing presses had just come into existence. And this disturbed all the elites on both sides of the Civil War. So as one historian pointed out at the time in 1660, he criticized the radical Democrats, the ones who were calling for what we would call democracy, because they are making the people so curious and so arrogant that they will never find humility enough to submit to a civil rule. Now, underlying these doctrines, which were very widely held, is a certain conception of democracy. It's a game for elites. It's not for the ignorant masses who have to be marginalized, diverted, and controlled, of course, for their own good. The same principles were upheld in the American colonies. The dictum of the founding fathers of American democracy that, I'm quoting, the people who own the country ought to govern it. Quoting John Jay.
Philips presents One Blade. Trim. Edge. Shave. Philips One Blade. Your style made simple. Philips.
Now, in modern times, for elites, this contrary view about the intellectual life and the media and so on, this contrary view, in fact, is the standard one, I think, apart from rhetorical flourishes.
From Washington, D.C., he's intellectual, author, and linguist, Professor Noam Chomsky. Manufacturing consent. What is that title meant to describe?
Well, the title is actually borrowed from a book by Walter Lippmann, written back around 1921. in which he described what he called the manufacture of consent as a revolution in the practice of democracy. What it amounts to is a technique of control. And he said this was useful and necessary because the common interests, the general concerns of all people, elude the public. The public just isn't up to dealing with them, and they have to be the domain of what he called a specialized class. Notice that that's the opposite of the standard view about democracy. There's a version of this expressed by the highly respected moralist and theologian Reinhold Niebuhr, who was very influential on contemporary policymakers. His view was that rationality belongs to the cool observer, but because of the stupidity of the average man, he follows not reason but faith. And this naive faith requires necessary illusion and emotionally potent oversimplifications, which are provided by the myth maker to keep the ordinary person on course. It's not the case, as the naive might think, that indoctrination is inconsistent with democracy. Rather, as this whole line of thinkers observes, it's the essence of democracy. The point is that in a military state or a feudal state or what we would nowadays call a totalitarian state, it doesn't much matter what people think, because you've got a bludgeon over their head and you can control what they do. But when the state loses the bludgeon, when you can't control people by force, and when the voice of the people can be heard, you have this problem. It may make people so curious and so arrogant that they don't have the humility to submit to a civil rule, and therefore you have to control what people think. And the standard way to do this is to resort to what in more honest days used to be called propaganda, manufacture of consent, creation of necessary illusions, various ways of either marginalizing the general public or reducing them to apathy in some fashion.
Noam Chomsky 教授は1928年
The oldest of two boys, Abram Noam Chomsky was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1928. As a Jewish child, the anti-Semitism of the time affected him. Both parents taught Hebrew, and he became fascinated by literature, reading translations of French and Russian classics. He also took an interest in a grammar book written by his father on Hebrew of the Middle Ages. He recalls a childhood absorbed in reading, curled up in a sofa, often borrowing up to 12 books at once from the library. He is married to Carol, and they have 3 children.
I don't like to impose on my wife and children a form of life that they certainly haven't selected for themselves, namely one of public exposure or exposure to the public media. That's their choice, and I don't believe that they have themselves selected this. I don't impose it on them. I would like to protect them from it, frankly. Second, the sort of perhaps principled point is that I'm rather against the idea, the whole notion of developing public personalities who are treated as stars of one kind or another, where aspects of their personal life are supposed to have some significance and so on.
Take 1 in the reception room.
You said that you were just like us. You went to school, got good grades, and what made you start being critical, and seeing the different? What started the change?
Well, there are all kinds of personal factors in anybody's life. First of all, don't forget I grew up in the Depression.
My parents actually happened to have jobs, which was kind of unusual. They were Hebrew school teachers, so sort of lower middle class. For them, everything revolved around being Jewish, Hebrew, Palestine in those days, and so on. And I grew up in that milieu. So, you know, I learned Hebrew and Hebrew school, became a Hebrew school teacher, went to Hebrew college, led youth groups, summer camps, Hebrew camps, the whole business. The branch of the Zionist movement that I was part of was all involved in socialist binationalism and Arab-Jewish cooperation and all sorts of nice stuff.
So what did they think of your hopping on a train and going up to New York and hanging out at anarchist bookstores on 4th Avenue and talking to
They didn't mind
your
because
working class relatives there?
I mean, I don't want to totally trust my childhood memories, obviously, but the family was split up. Like a lot of Jewish families, it went in all sorts of directions. There were sectors that were super orthodox. There were other sectors that were very radical and very assimilated and working class intellectuals. And that's the sector that I naturally gravitated towards. It was a very lively intellectual culture. For one thing, it was a working class culture, had working class values, values of solidarity, socialist values, and so on. There was a sense somehow things were going to get better. And an institutional structure was around, the method of fighting, you know, of organizing, of doing things, which had some hope. And I also had the advantage of having gone to a experimental progressive school, to a Dewey school, which was quite good, run by a university. And, you know, there was no such thing as competition. There was no such thing as being a good student. I mean, literally, the concept of being a good student didn't even arise until I got to high school. I went to the academic high school and suddenly discovered I'm a good student, you know, and I hated high school because I had to do all the things you have to do to get into college. But until then, it was kind of a free, pretty open system. And I don't know, there were lots of other things. Well, maybe I was just cantankerous.
As a historian, I have read with interest and amazement your long review article of Gabriel Jackson's Spanish Civil War, and that's a very respectable piece of history, and I can appreciate how much work goes into that.
You know when I did that work?
When did you do that?
I did that work in the early 1940s when I was about 12 years old.
So you decided to start trading. Better use plus 500.
What?
Because trading with plus 500 is like getting into that exclusive party that you weren't even invited to. Plus having someone you can count on. Or trying bridge for the very first time. Plus knowing grandma's on your team. Hi, Grandma. Or meeting aliens. Plus being able to communicate with them. He likes your shirt. Plus 500. It's trading with a plus.
The first article I wrote was right after the fall of Barcelona in the school newspaper. It was a lament about the rise of fascism in 1939. Actually, I guess one of the people who was the biggest influence in my life was an uncle who had never gone past 4th grade. He was, you know, had a background in crime, then left-wing politics and all sorts of things. But he was a hunchback. And as a result, he could get a newsstand in New York. So they had some program for people with physical disabilities. And some of you are from New York, I guess. You know, well, you know the 72nd Street kiosk? You know that? Right. That's where I got my political education. At 72nd Street, there's a place where you come out of the subway, and everybody goes towards 72nd Street. And there were 2 newsstands on that side, which were doing fine. And there's 2 newsstands on the back. And nobody comes out the back, you know, and that's where his news is. But it was a very lively place. He was a very bright guy. It was the 30s. There were a lot of emigres, you know, so on. A lot of people were hanging around there. And in the evenings, especially, it was sort of a literary political salon. You know, every kind of guys hanging around, arguing, talking. And as a kid, like 11, 12 years old, the biggest excitement was to work the newsstand.
You write in Manufacturing Consent that it's the primary function of the mass media in the United States to mobilize public support for the special interests that dominate the government and the private sector. What are those interests?
Well, if you want to understand the way any society works, ours or any other, the first place to look is who's in a position to make the decisions that determine the way the society functions. Societies differ, but in ours, the major decisions over what happens in the society, decisions over investment and production and distribution and so on, are in the hands of a relatively concentrated network of major corporations and conglomerates and investment firms and so on. They are also the ones who staff the major executive positions in the government, and they're the ones who own the media, and they're the ones who have to be in a position to make the decisions. They have an overwhelmingly dominant role in the way life happens, what's done in the society. Within the economic system, by law and in principle, they dominate. The control over resources and the need to satisfy their interests imposes very sharp constraints on the political system and the ideological system.
When you talk about manufacturing of consent, whose consent is being manufactured?
We can, to start with, there are two different groups. We can get into more detail, but at the first level of approximation, there's two targets for propaganda. One is what's sometimes called the political class. There's maybe 20% of the population which is relatively educated, more or less articulate. They play some kind of role in decision making. They're supposed to sort of participate in social life, either as managers or cultural managers, like, say, teachers and writers and so on. They're supposed to vote. They're supposed to play some role in the way economic and political and cultural life goes on. Now, their consent is crucial. It's one group that has to be deeply indoctrinated. Then there's maybe 80% of the population whose main function is to follow orders and not to think, and not to pay attention to anything. And they're the ones who usually pay the costs.
All right, Professor Chomsky, Noam, you outlined a model with filters that propaganda is sent through its way to the public. You briefly outline those.
It's basically an institutional analysis of the major media, what we call a propaganda model. We're talking primarily about the national media, those media that sort of set a general agenda that others more or less adhere to the extent that they even pay much attention to national or international affairs. Now, the elite media are the agenda-setting media. That means the New York Times, the Washington Post, the major television channels, and so on. They set the general framework. Local media more or less adapt to their structure.
World News. It sounds like it says that there's a beachhead.
I think 628 is a good one.
Yeah, but I think 6 could start.
This is the operative soundbite for us. He's ours.
He's got a minute for all the time, so that's.
I love this soundbite.
Okay, well,
and they do this in all sorts of ways, by selection of topics, by distribution of concerns, by emphasis and framing of issues, by filtering of information, by bounding of debate within certain limits.
2.5 minutes to air. 45 seconds.
They determine, they select, they shape, they control, they restrict in order to serve the interests of dominant elite groups in the society.
There is an unusual amount of attention focused today on the 5 nations of Central America.
This is Democracy's Diary. Here for our instruction are triumphs and disasters, the pattern of life's changing fabric. Here is great journalism, a revelation of the past, a guide to the present, and a clue to the future.
The New York Times is certainly the most important newspaper in the United States, and one could argue the most important newspaper in the world. The New York Times plays an enormous role in shaping the perception of the current world on the part of the politically active, educated classes. Also, the New York Times has a special role, and I believe its editors probably feel that they bear a heavy burden in the sense that the New York Times creates history.
What happened years ago may have a bearing on what happens tomorrow. Millions of clippings are preserved in the Times library, all indexed for instant use, a priceless archive of events and the men who make them.
That is, history is what appears in the New York Times archives, the place where people will go to find out what happened is the New York Times. Therefore, it's extremely important, if history is going to be shaped in an appropriate way, that certain things appear, certain things not appear, certain questions be asked, other questions be ignored, and that issues be framed in a particular fashion. Now, in whose interests is the history being so shaped? Well, I think that's not very difficult to answer.
The process by which people make up their minds on this is a much more mysterious process than you would ever guess from reading Manufacturing Consent. There is a saying about legislation that legislation is like making sausage, that the less you know about how it's done, the better for your appetite. The same is true of this business. If you're in a conference in which decisions are being made on what to put on page one or whatnot, you would get, I think, the impression that important decisions were being made in a flipped and frivolous way. But in fact, given the pressures of time to trying to get things out, you resort to a kind of a shorthand. And you have to fill that paper up every day. It's curious in a kind of a mirror image way that Professor Chomsky is in total accord with Reed Irvine, who at the right-wing end of the spectrum says exactly what Chomsky does about the insinuating influence of the press, of the big media, as, quote, agenda setters, to use one of the great buzzwords of the time. And, of course, Reed Irvine sees this as a left-wing conspiracy of foisting liberal ideas in both domestic and foreign affairs on the American people. But in both cases, I think the premise really is an insult to the intelligence of the people who consume news.
Now, to eliminate confusion, all of this has nothing to do with liberal or conservative bias. According to the propaganda model, both liberal and conservative wings of the media, whatever those terms are supposed to mean, fall within the same framework of assumptions. In fact, if the system functions well, it ought to have a liberal bias, or at least appear to, because if it appears to have a liberal bias, that will serve to bound thought even more effectively. In other words, if the press is indeed adversarial and liberal and all these bad things, then how can I go beyond it? They're already so extreme in their opposition to power that to go beyond it would be to take off from the planet. So therefore, it must be that the presuppositions that are accepted in the liberal media are sacrosanct, can't go beyond them. And a well-functioning system would in fact have a bias of that.
Back to normal one. Alright, good. Thanks.
Wait! Did you download Grammarly? Come on, man. Everyone's using it. If you want to ace this paper, then...
Which adds new objects to the human artifice, the productivity of labor power produces objects only incidentally and is primarily concerned with the means of its own reproduction. Since its power is not exhausted when its own reproduction has been secured, it can be used for the reproduction of more than one life process, but it never produces anything but life. Note: Marx stressed always, and especially in his youth, that the chief function of labor was the production of life, and therefore saw labor together with procreation. Through violent oppression in a slave society, or exploitation in the capitalist society of Marx's own time, it can be channeled in such a way that the labor of some suffices for the life of all. From this purely social viewpoint, which is the viewpoint of the whole modern age, but which received its most coherent and greatest expression in Marx's work, all laboring is productive, and the earlier distinction between the performance of menial tasks that leave no trace and the production of things. The social viewpoint is identical, as we saw before, with an interpretation that takes nothing into account but the life process of mankind, and within its frame of reference, all things become objects of consumption. Within a completely socialized mankind, whose sole purpose would be the entertaining of the life process, and this is the unfortunately quite un-utopian ideal that guides Marx's theories, the distinction between labor and work would have completely disappeared. All work would have become labor because all things would be understood not in their worldly objective quality, but as results of living labor power and functions of the life process. Note: the terms vergesellschafteter Mensch or gesellschaftliche Menschheit were frequently used by Marx to indicate the goal of socialism. It consisted in the elimination of the gap between the individual and social existence of man, so that man, in his most individual being, would be at the same time a social being, a Gemeinwesen. Marx frequently calls this social nature of man his Gattungswesen, his being a member of the species, and the famous Marxian self-alienation is first of all man's alienation from being a Gattungswesen. The ideal society is a state of affairs where all human activities derive as naturally from human nature as the secretion of wax by bees for making the honeycomb. To live and to labor for life will have become one and the same, and life will no longer begin for the laborer where the activity of laboring ceases. Note: Marx's original charge against capitalist society was not merely its transformation of all objects into commodities, but that the laborer behaves toward the product of his labor as to an alien object. Dass der Arbeiter zum Produkt seiner Arbeit als einem fremden Gegenstand sich verhält. In other words, that the things of the world, once they have been produced by men, are to an extent independent of, alien to, human life. It is interesting to note that the distinctions between skilled and unskilled, and between intellectual and manual work, play no role in either classical political economy or in Marx's work. Compared with the productivity of labor, they are indeed of secondary importance. Every activity requires a certain amount of skill, the activity of cleaning and cooking no less than the writing of a book or the building of a house. The distinction does not apply to different activities, but notes only certain stages and qualities within each of them. It could acquire a certain importance through the modern division of labor, where tasks formerly assigned to the young and inexperienced were frozen into lifelong occupations. But this consequence of the division of labor, where one activity is divided into so many minute parts that each specialized performer needs but a minimum of skill, tends to abolish skilled labor altogether, as Marx rightly predicted. Its result is that what is bought and sold in the labor market is not individual skill, but labor power, of which each living human being should possess approximately the same amount. Moreover, since unskilled work is a contradiction in terms, the distinction itself is valid only for the laboring activity, and the attempt to use it as a major frame of reference already indicates that the distinction between labor and work has been abandoned in favor of labor. Quite different is the case of the more popular category of manual and intellectual work. Here, the underlying tie between the laborer of the hand and the laborer of the head is again the laboring process, in one case performed by the head, in the other by some other part of the body. Thinking, however, which is presumably the activity of the head, though it is in some way like laboring, also a process which probably comes to an end only with life itself, is even less productive than labor. If labor leaves no permanent trace, thinking leaves nothing tangible at all. By itself, thinking never materializes into any objects. Whenever the intellectual worker wishes to manifest his thoughts, he must use his hands and acquire manual skills just like any other worker. In other words, thinking and working are two different activities which never quite coincide. The thinker who wants the world to know the content of his thoughts must first of all stop thinking and remember his thoughts. Remembrance in this, as in all other cases, prepares the intangible and the futile for their eventual materialization. It is the beginning of the work process, and like the craftsman's consideration of the model which will guide his work, its most immaterial stage. The work itself, then, always requires some material upon which it will be performed, and which, through fabrication, the activity of homo faber, will be transformed into a worldly object. The specific work quality of intellectual work is no less due to the work of our hands than any other kind of work. It seems plausible, and is indeed quite common, to connect and justify the modern distinction between intellectual and manual labor with the ancient distinction between liberal and servile arts. Yet the distinguishing mark between liberal and servile arts is not at all a higher degree of intelligence, or that the liberal artist works with his brain and the sordid tradesman with his hands. The ancient criterion is primarily political. Occupations involving the prudentia, the capacity for prudent judgment, which is the virtue of statesmen, and professions of public relevance, ad hominem utilitatem, such as architecture, medicine, and agriculture.
That's what we're doing. I'm currently live. I've just learned how to download Facebook videos. But I double check actually. Hang on. It's pretty cool. Download. 21 minutes. Yeah. Well, it's supposed to be an hour, but unless if it didn't download all of it, like I'm double checking, eh? Just gonna play it what? Still got that the hourglass thing, but I see that. Oh, it's trying to load up something. Come on, you wanker. Play for me. There you go. It fucking worked, so praise be to the Illuminati. Okay, now it's back to my favourite girl torture. Go to the popular one. Hypergamy doesn't care. I can't roll it to my side. I can't. I don't know. There's something about it I can't do. Why are women close that? I don't know. You have to ask him. Natural instinct. Donovan Sharp. I'm not a fan of Donovan Sharp either. Cautious reaction. No. I studied Chomp. No. Neighborhood hates men. Does she now? Marvin was not. I can't stand Marvin either. The dating dilemma. My studio. Pointless movies. Last to check this video out. I don't know what to do about this. Oh, is she doing an interview thing?
Let's see. Are we live? We might be. It's connected.
No, can't do it.
I still got my Starbucks today, so.
Took my favorite girls right out, so I'm straight to calling it bro. No commercials. Girls not out, she's for the streets, bro.
And I would be really bummed if I had to, like, I don't know, I would be really bummed if a guy wanted me to give that up. I don't care, they could have access to my passwords, my inbox, whatever, but I think that's a lot to ask someone to give up something they're, like, passionate about.
Yeah.
And I probably wouldn't do it, to be honest.
What if it was like, I'm just giving a scenario. What if they were your dream dude, whatever, he wants you to get rid of it, but you could volunteer with kids that maybe don't have access to social media, like cameras and how to start things, but you got to teach them or something, just like in your spare time.
I hate coaching. I think that'd be awful.
Really?
I've never
I've
never coached volleyball. I've never coached.
Boys, they know they're going out on YouTube, so how to put it? Conversations like this, I look, these two girls here, I actually do like both their content. It's a bit more balanced out, of realistic and stuff of that nature. He doesn't swing. Realistic, but appropriate. I don't know how to put it. I have to ask Lauren, but boys, you've really got to start interacting with women as adults and stuff. So here we go.
Coach volleyball. I know I would, but I don't like it. I like doing it. Like I love when I got to do like rejection therapy. That was so fun. It was so fun. Or like interviewing people. I love interviewing people.
Yeah.
Like no, I wouldn't. I don't think most guys would ask you not to do that. To be honest, like to put it away.
Betas wouldn't. That's what they say. Me and Pearl are always like, come on. I know. I'm just speaking.
It is the thing is, if you know anything about literature, you will start getting apt for language and expression. But anyway, betas, what I'm learning now is weak men. I don't mean. I guess physically you can count that, but weak men as overall, if that makes sense. Simps is weak men who put women on a pedestal, if that makes sense. Right? You know, betas are like weak men who don't take care of themselves, or just losers, whatever. That makes sense. Um, but you know, they've got alphas and shit. In terms like alpha, which is in passing conversation, you can get or informal conversation to be able to get away with it. But if you're having more formal stuff, it's good to kind of reinforce the meanings to these terminologies they have. So that's what they mean.
Yeah. I don't know. My dad has this is something I really disagree with the manosphere on.
What?
Like the
What
way
am I
that they
doing?
have all these rules and
Fuck, hang on, what am I doing?
like my dad is the most influential person I know, and the way he influences people is by letting them do what they're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this chick here, just barely things, Torsha, yeah, both have different backgrounds. Her dad is apparently the 1% type guy, and so far has actually led to have a healthy relationship. So, her I'm not too sure about that anyway.
And my like I'm telling you, there's nobody that has more influence like over our family, and it's because he's not controlling.
It's
He'll
not.
tell it to you
Take
straight.
note, boys.
He'll give you his opinions, and he lets you do what you're gonna do.
So why do you believe that it's controlling? Let's break that down.
Why?
Yeah.
Bring a little bit of nature home with fragrances infused with natural essential oils. Airwick plugins.
Also, Boundary Boys. Oh, I could have. There's a Mormon Utah TikTok mom drama on Reddit. Boys, boundaries, and pacing as well. And if you want some realistic advice, women, or most women, would want a husband that makes them horny. So, take note on that. Okay. Oh, just saw it. Yeah, I agree with all, okay? I gotta keep. I almost forgot that this shit's up there. Anyway, just keep this chick's combo rolling. Also, guys, listen.
Because in the red pill, they'll be like, oh, she can't go on girls' trips. She can't do this. She can't do this. She can't do this. And to me, that's like, that's literally controlling the girl.
Why don't they want them to do those things?
Oh, because they don't trust the girl. They think like that she's going to do stuff.
Because of
I think it's like,
Sometimes the best thing you can do is listen, guys. Okay.
like they saving her from herself, basically.
Yeah. So if, let's say, somebody who's unaware of red pill and whatever, like red pill for a second, but just the way that society's set up.
I'll be back. Alright, back at it again. Let's keep going.
With hypergamy being a thing, 80% of women file divorces.
That's true.
What can they do? Or what can they put in?
Guys, when a girl gets a taste for something better, it can't be out of the system, okay? So, the responsible thing for you to do, boys, is to grow to become better. I serious.
Place that isn't controlling to get a girl to not go into or have risk of her going there. Are you saying that you should give her the risk and she should make her own decisions? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying like let her make her own decisions and act accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Like don't try to control her. Like see what she's gonna do, and if you're not cool with it, walk away. But like I don't know, I just didn't live in this weird like society where you have these like rules and stuff. Like people just like dated where I grew up, and the man and the woman, like people weren't cheating and like doing all this crazy stuff. Like my mom would have girls trips and they weren't like crazy.
Yeah.
Like she would always make sure, like my mom would travel all the time for work. And one thing she did, my dad didn't even ask her to. If anything, my dad's cheap. Like he
frugal.
Don't want her to do this. Yeah.
He's frugal. He bought a fucking
like,
slide. He's frugal, like smart with money.
But my mom never wanted to be accused of like doing something that she didn't do.
Right.
Like, so whenever she traveled for work, she'd always make sure there was another girl like with her to like vouch for her. You know what I mean?
Right. But like,
my dad would never like. It just wasn't super controlling. Like people just like respected each other. You know?
Do you think that most
like he didn't say like you couldn't travel for work? Go ahead.
Most women, let's say, like we can, even if it's you, let's say a new guy meets you and most women are a certain way, would it make sense why they would implement it, do you think? If you
I would understand.
So in your way of saying it, how would you tell them? Would you invite them on the trip?
Yeah, that's what I did with my.
Would you ever go on one without him, though? Like, would you ever go without him?
Welcome to my world, kid. This is the world of dreams, Slumberland. You can wish for whatever.
Guys, women do think like this. Pay attention.
Maybe a bachelorette party, but even then, I don't think the women really go out of town for those. We're broke.
If I went on a trip, I would probably visit one of my friends. So I would visit my friend Brooke, who lives in Utah, or my friend Emily, who lives in Michigan.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't want him to go just so I could spend like alone time with my friends.
Yeah.
Like I don't need to go to a bar or anything. I don't care about that. But it's kind of like different when your husband's like, or your boyfriend's with you.
Yeah.
Just like hanging out with your friend. But
Guys, you changed the dynamics a lot, if that makes sense. Let's
Just grew up in like a culture with like around really nice people, like that just didn't do that stuff. Like they could go to a bar and they weren't gonna go home with some guy. They were just gonna hang out at the bar.
Maybe
Like it
you
wasn't
haven't been exposed to some of the stuff that a lot of girls have, or a lot of girls that these men are dating have. And so that's why it probably, it's like we all know we wouldn't do something. However, when you have friends like in your circle or whatever that do that stuff, I'll tell you, they
I get it. Honestly, your friend circle influences you so much, both consciously and subconsciously. So I had to get criticized over that too, but
they cheat. They be cheating. But it's not to say the thing about red pill men is it's not that we don't want you to go. I feel like I'm a dude right now. It's not you can't go on this trip. It's if you go on the trip, we're breaking up.
that's a bit harsh.
So
Don't do
it's
that,
more like you can make the decision, but it still feels coerced, right?
Remember what they said about the language usage here.
Right. But
yeah,
then so if that's important to you though, don't date him. If it's important to him to have a woman that does abide by that, he's not going to stay around. And that's just that. Yeah, it might be
Right,
stupid, but they're allowed to have their kind of rules or
Guys, think together. You know, if you're dating, think together, but individually think together. If that makes sense.
boundaries or whatever, because that might be a deal breaker.
Right. No, I know. I'm not saying they're not like guys can do whatever they want in relationships. I'm just saying I wouldn't do it.
No, I know.
Like,
I
wouldn't
thought you
wanna
said
be
you
with a
didn't
guy
agree with it in the manosphere. I was just trying to like.
Not. I don't want to say agree because what you do in your relationship is none of my business. Like you can do whatever you want as long as you're not, abusive or anything crazy like that.
Right.
But I just grew up in like a world where people were like trustworthy. They weren't.
And guys, if you know anyone who's dating some, you know what I mean, speak up, make a report to the police, call up Crime Stoppers or whatever, okay, say something.
Crazy. Like
track records.
I would bet my parents' life that neither of them have ever cheated. Like I swear to God I would. Because I just grew up in like this very like nice environment.
Stable.
Yeah. And it wasn't like I think that the whole world is like this. But there's still
A little
people
bit.
like that are.
A little.
What do you mean?
I think that's a good thing though. Like I think to be like, I can't believe a large proportion of people do this. That means you were raised well. Seriously, like that's a good thing. But the chances are, so if a woman travels alone, it's usually for business. That in and of itself, the woman might have traits that are not compatible with the dude automatically. I don't think it's necessarily like, that if she goes to Miami, she's a hoe. It's like, no. It's just that these women that do those things without your consideration are probably too hard to break from masculine traits. Does that make sense?
Don't you let that dog piss on my walkway.
He has no idea who's doing that.
Well, it was one of you.
Fuck you, Tom Hanks.
Yeah, no, I could see that.
Are you reading the chat? 'Cause I'm not. I don't want to know.
No. No. I was just thinking, yeah, because like usually the girls that travel for trips like are more career driven and career women.
Yeah.
But
You're kind of.
I don't know. I just like genuinely grew up around like good people, and you could take a trip and it wouldn't be that big of a deal, and you could like Like, my dad has always given people freedom to do what they want to do, and I don't know anyone that has more influence over people than my dad. Like,
No, I
genuinely.
believe in that stuff. My dad was the same way. I think it actually, I was writing a book about parenting because people were asking and stuff. And it's like a lot of the time my dad told me consequences, but he always said, if you need me to come get you, I will come get you. So I was never scared to call him. So I'm just like, sometimes I think men in red pill, they're like, you can do whatever you want. I'm just telling you what I'm not okay with. Because how else would they implement that stuff? It's like they tell you right when you decide to book a flight. They got to tell you in the beginning if it's a deal breaker.
No, they gotta tell you. They gotta tell you early.
Yeah.
They gotta tell you early, I think.
Yeah, that's what Donovan teaches. That and the phone thing is genius. When she asks, like, when are we? And it's like, let me see your phone. After the third time she asks, it's like, she might have had suitors. The monkey branching. But, anyways. So, it's 6:30 here. It's 12:30 by you. Women that travel for work cheat all the time. That's not true. I already said that.
Some do. I mean, I don't deny that, like, this shit happens, but you can't control everything. Like,
It's
you
like
can't.
she's already gonna do it.
Cheat on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't stop it. Like, wait, you're gonna.
Well, you
stop her.
can.
Last couple minutes of this conversation, rewind it again.
He's 80.
You can.
You want to be with someone that you got to stop from cheating on you?
Most women will. That's what hypergamy is. It might get us, Pearl. It's coming for us. Probably at like 30. It's something that happens. There is a hormone switch. It's scary because you cannot find all these things in one guy.
All what things?
All mating strategies. Finding a guy that gives you tingles or whatever you want to call it. Finding the guy that also.
Okay.
I don't think you should find anybody like Paul's saying that you can find somebody that embodies it you just haven't had. And I was like, I don't think I want to find somebody like that because I've always believed that everybody has a fatal flaw.
Yep.
Now, a fatal flaw doesn't have to mean like, oh, he doesn't turn me on. Like, no. A fatal flaw could be something like maybe he doesn't make as much as me. But because you and I know that might make us want a divorce. Like, things are a little bit different. But for a lot of women, they go into relationships thinking they can find this all in one guy. The hot guy. Just not on the same level. They're like, I want a guy that's super hot, 6 feet tall, 6-figure, that kind of level.
I think I would drop the money first, because I don't.
Your parents are rich.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You don't need it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'd probably drop the money. I'd go for the hot guy.
Legacy is the number one on your list, I think. That's what I've gathered. That's what I'm gathering.
Yeah,
like the one that doesn't cheat.
Yeah.
That's with you for the long haul. That's probably and then
true.
parental.
That's true.
That's why a lot of girls lead with beta. I wouldn't put legacy necessarily as beta, but like parental, provisioning, whatever. Also income would be a parent, like a beta one. But women lead with those. It's when they're cheating. Some guy might have had more of one of those things, but presented it differently. Maybe he was hotter. I don't know.
I'm so busy these days. Like, I feel like half the time girls cheat because they don't have hobbies.
Boredom.
Like,
I've talked about it.
Yeah, like I do guitar like 3 times a week. I play semi-pro volleyball. I'm getting my master's, and I run a live show from my living room. I'm like, I don't even have time to go on dates.
Make time.
I
want to see your babies. I want to see them.
Huh?
I want to see the babies. Little
That's
athlete.
another thing. I'm like, but I was thinking like juggling 2 guys. Oh my god, no, that's like too much.
It would be 5, technically, according to Paul. It's 5 mating strategies.
My name's that guys. Okay. Music. Oh, okay. Maybe not music, but what about Chris Hedges? Moral. Motivation. Chris Hedges living a moral life. Bust the secret victim. Yeah. No, I don't know. They make difficult choices.
Yeah, you can't teach people to be moral. You have to be moral. My great mentor at Harvard was a man named James Luther Adams, who in 1935 and 1936 went to Germany to study. The Nazis, of course, were in power. He dropped out of the University of Heidelberg and worked with Niemöller and Bonhoeffer and Albert Schweitzer and Karl Barth in the underground confessing church until he was picked up by the Gestapo and interrogated and deported. And I remember Adams telling me, you know, if the Nazis took over America tomorrow, 60% of the Harvard faculty would happily begin their lectures with the Nazi salute. And I think, you know, going back to that memoir, Prisoner of Fear, that I mentioned, which unfortunately had one printing in 1948, you'll have to get it out of the rare book room. It is careerism. It is that, you know what Malraux calls that process of building a monument to yourself. And we just, you know, to pick a small example, you know, I speak at Union Theological Seminary, and there's been some problems with the president of Union, and the students have been great and have organized and held meetings, and the faculty is out the door. Now here's an institution that purports to teach ethics and morality, and yet even within the institution, they won't stand up for an issue of justice. And I think that it disempowers and discredits. You know, I think that you know, the figures who actually hold fast. I had another great professor, Krister Stendahl, who was the dean of the Divinity School and who had called for the ordination of women in the Lutheran Church before women were ordained. And he was one of the finalists to be the Bishop of Stockholm. And when he got to the airport for his interview, the Swedish press ambushed him and said, well, Bishop Stendahl, how do you feel about a church that doesn't ordain women? How do you feel about, and he said, a church that doesn't ordain women doesn't deserve to call itself Christian. Well, he was out the door. He ended up becoming, years later, the Bishop of Stockholm. But I think for those of us who was his students, that was probably more important in many ways than Augustine or anything else that he taught us. And careerism, like nationalism, is a disease. I think that living the moral life means that inevitably you will clash with whatever institution you work for. And as Paul Tillich correctly pointed out, all institutions, including the church, are inherently demonic. And that means that we have to be willing to, number one, never allow any institution to define us. And number two, deep six our own career. And, you know, and the academy is not any better or worse, but that that kind of subservience to career, makes possible what Kant calls radical evil.
Okay. Fuck it, yeah. Okay, it's time to end it.
Like strong transformation. If you're somebody without eyebrows, I suggest you get them there.
Pause. So I figured out I think the face. I'm going on Facebook Live at the moment with Streamlabs because I can screen share and shit like that. So for now, my Facebook page, the knowledge variable thing. So I've worked out if it goes longer than an hour, I think I might not be able to download it if you don't use it for my future blog. So anyway, this is Torsha again. So I don't know why, but I have been listening a lot into this red pill shit, stuff. What do you want to call it? So still iffy on it, but regardless anyway, this chick here, it seems to be, yeah, of course, a fan, so I'm a fan of, I just like it, so, I know, what is it, the Rational Male clips, whatever, I'm not a big fan of that guy at all. There's something about him where I'm just like, nah. So anyway, so I've kept an eye on the time, so I can always, cut this shit out. We're also doing a fucking thing, so I don't know how well my, it's gonna work out in about an hour and a half as well, so, but I'll check it out. Anyway, here we go.
I want you looking like a used dish rag from a third world country. That's disgusting. Asbestos, okay? I want my men to keep it in their pants. Got it? Can they do that? Probably not. Come here, Roo. Come here, Roo. With my proliferative butthole. Ew. I can't say that word without laughing. Moving on. So before I get into this, I've talked about this.
Oh, come on.
In many videos when I talked about bartending, it was that when I started working downtown, I didn't know, like, all the girls were over 30 that were bartending, but they were banging, you wouldn't know. And they had this aura, I know that word's questionable, aura about them. They would dance, always smiling, just fluid.
Oh, fun fact, no, fun fact, I'm trying to develop an idea of, like, of dating. I think people date due to their capacities or capabilities is the word that I'm looking for as well. So I went for like a walk earlier today to get fucking coffee. So, and yeah, so I'm probably with this meeting thing that I'm doing online at 5:30 this afternoon. It's online, so I might record it. Oh, hang on. So I might not be going to a meeting tonight because I originally got told 2 hours, but you might not. So I could go. Hey, I gotta go. So, but anyway, let's get working.
And I was always so rigid and awkward. I was like, damn, I won't be with that, because although I had more sales, because I was more like uptight, they had more shifts. Now, sure, were they fucking the manager? They could have been. But I do know a lot of the girl bartenders who were dating the male bartenders, and the male bartenders were friends with the owners, so I don't know if that's true. But I learned quickly that being less dramatic, like, why aren't I on the schedule? Smiling, bubbly, dancing. So when the owners are just like, yeah, we want her around the bar. Are predominantly men, haven't had a female. And yeah, so they watch the ones that make the schedule. And so to me, what's sexy is fluid. And I don't mean that in a sexual sense, but like how guys envision girls just like, like tossing their hair. Like I envision girls that
I didn't plan my ass. Fuck.
like their hair moves when they walk. Am I onto something? Oh. Like, yes, I break out in one dance move all the time, but it's all I have going for me right now, okay? No, you don't. I don't what? Anyways, so, yes, being, like, hot. Here's the thing is I watched the Joe Rogan thing, hot versus beautiful, and I still know the difference. Because that's my era. Like, if I try to differentiate, it's maybe a girl smiling, but I can envision the same bitch.
Okay. Hot is lustful, beautiful is dating. For anyone watching this. Okay, so put it like that.
Is that weird? I know you guys are gonna be like, hot is like the explore page, but to me, the explore page is fake. So I've seen every single girl on the explore page in real life. They're all fat. Like, I don't know what to tell y'all. Only ones, like, if you go and their city, the two I will make the exception for are Texas. Typically, if it's like, Austin, with Houston, and I don't even see anyone for couldn't tell you, but they genuinely look pretty much what they show, but everybody else, like, it's fake to me. I edit photos. Like, I used to help photo retouching with photographers. I used to be a makeup artist. I know what the before and afters are, and I would take your makeup off when you got to my makeup chair because you think I'm stupid. So I don't know if men just have a warped sense. Not to shame y'all, but I'm just saying. So this article only inspires me to look Max even more. You should, okay? You're all ugly. Thank you. At least you're in the majority. There's so many beautiful women to the one high value man. Great. Great. Another great our age is that we still cling to the idea that it's women who are the best seducers of humanity. It's because we are.
Yeah, that's true. And yes,
in the same misdirection that women would like to believe that they are the more romantic gender, so too would they like to believe that they are the most effective seducers. Both of these are far from the truth. It's men with the greatest art that have gone down in history as the greatest seducers of the genders. How are they doing right now? Should we check on them?
Yeah, definitely.
So much more is required of men to be effective seducers than women. It's not my fault that y'all are visual and I don't have to speak. Sucks to suck. Sorry for the Y chromosome. Wasn't my fault. Blame your mom. Write that down. In this age, female seduction amounts to show up naked, bring beer. Men are stimulated. Did I seduce you there? Probably. It's not my fault y'all are easy. Primarily by the physical, but there's a lot more a woman can do to be seductive. Quite honestly, I think seduction is a lost art form for women. Very few women know how to be sexy, much less seductive. Even fewer ever feel a need to be seductive. Rolo, this article screams you never had to get a business deal as a woman without fucking the guy. And it shows. Okay, some of us know what we doing. I'm in my feminine. Leave me alone. Am I in trouble? Really bad timing. Bad joke. Moving. So many men have become so acclimated to just these visual prompts. Well, that's y'all's. Okay. As sexual cues that women don't really need to learn seduction. Oh, but sure. Really?
Whenever I'm on StreamYard, the
I don't
fucking,
know. Emojis do a lot for us. I'm not gonna lie.
it makes sense to
Or
slow
like
down.
gifs. I think women are silly. I'm silly. Tell me more about how it's anecdotal. There is no greater reward for being sexy or seductive beyond what she's already capable of prompting in a man, so seduction practices aren't reinforced for her. Have you walked in heels?
Nope. I actually didn't
Put
want
a
to make
1 in the
guys.
fucking chat. I'm gonna file my nails while I wait. Oh yeah, we would all die. Seduction comes in many forms, y'all.
That's true.
Women don't need to seduce men anymore. Yeah. Thank you, second wave feminism, for that. Bad joke. Feminine priority dynamic has put a default value on men's sexuality. Those hot enough to simply do something revealing never need seduction. And those not hot enough can't sell it anyway. Rolo's savage. Never.
Well, it's Marcy, so he's just referring to. I'm not a fan of him.
And the
I've checked
girls
him
were
out.
between. These are your irresistible sexes. The ones who'd benefit most are discouraged from learning seduction, since it's denigrating to women who should already be on a pedestal to begin with.
Absolutely. See how this
Is that
works.
me? Thank God, like, bless the soul that I worked in nightclubs. Who knew? Ever since the sexual revolution.
Okay. I might have to turn
Ever
this.
since the sexual revolution, there's been less and less motivation for women to develop seduction skills. If anything, there's a resentment for ever having needed them in the past. I'd argue that feminine seduction skills have been replaced with emotional and psychological manipulations. See BPD. Ooh, that's interesting. If you've ever been with a BPD bitch and y'all fight and she uses sex as, like, if you find that you fight and then suddenly you're fucking and everything's like disappeared, but you feel uncomfortable about it because, I don't know, she screamed at a family gathering and was like naked. This applies to you, okay? Sometimes you get a little bit too brain foggy. It happens to the best of us, okay? Or another way, if you find that you need to record them, another way to tell.
Yeah, it's alright.
Maybe not. In order to make men comply with their imperatives as a result of having abandoned those seduction skills, this kind of reminds me of how women just... Like, what happened to the era? Oh yeah, men don't want us shit testing. Here's the thing that I think about with, like, old 50s women. I feel like I need a scarf. Hold on. I won't feel posh without. This is the dress. It was finally made. No, hold on. Hold on. I can do this. I can do it. Actually, I got an idea.
Also, guys, this probably is more toward more mature people, or people who have maturity, regardless of that comes from age or experience, whatever. When was it? The other night. Yeah, it's if you're doing the wrong thing, or if you're unhealthy, people do eventually pick that up. And I got reminded about it, really. Nothing to do with me, but I was talking, running to people I knew and whatnot. So, yeah.
What is that? Excuse me, miss, may I have your home? What did they used to do? Excuse me, fine lady. I would love for you to go to the ball with me. Well, is you, Timothy? But you're gonna have to ask my daddy first before daddy was like,
Fucking highlight.
no, like
Don't
they
call Jim
talked even more. Like if you put on men prefer blondes, that's like the last era where they would say some shit, and I'm just like, it's kind of like when your dad says jokes, saying, "You're just in it for the money." Of course not. It's kind of like listen to a woman for her
I think I
looks.
can
It's not the only thing, but it certainly helps.
Nah, I
That
can't
makes
do it.
sense. Kabish? But now it's like,
Take and try to make that your style.
That's who you pulled, together to mold yourself. I get the luxury or opportunity to sit and create content with my best friend and with other people even outside the show that I just love to work with. But there's a couple of those people that stand out to me as people that make my job easier and are collaborators that make me excel at what I do. Is there anyone from that brotherhood of the
This is a test. Screen share. And go content. Share. Okay, I've got it. Sweet. Drinking guarantee, motherfuckers. 2. So this is just testing shit. So, yo, if you wanna fucking sorry for swearing. If you wanna hop on, just leave me a comment and I'll show you a link. So, show you my YouTube thing. Gordon Ramsay watches. That's random. That one there is so fucking random. Just watching some bodybuilding stuff. Hang on. Let's have a look. Joey Diaz. News. Fun fact, this is obviously Australian news. These two. Oh, this one. This never was the case before COVID, so it's something I can look at. Douglas Murray, okay? Cultural wars. Okay. You know what we can do? Chris Hedges. This is kind of the stuff I kind of want to do. This is his news network thing. That's the Real News Network. This one. So we go to the videos thing. So it's pretty cool, hey? Variation, so. Fan club would do that. But apparently this is the fan club. Hang on, this is doesn't have Chris Hedges on it. Breaking the monopoly. Oh, this has like other academics on it. Just using his name. Oh, I guess that's alright. exploitation. See if that works. It's video videos. Exploitations was what do we say? This is called getting the red pill. And
Capitalism has two goals, and that is to increase profit.
fun fact, I'm trying to write theory on original thought. So, but because I've got to read about cultural industry theory a bit better, and cultural industry theory a lot more better actually. So, which I might do YouTube after this, and it talks about just long story, original thought. And you produce original thought. That's a good exercise. And I can't find a fucking lighter. Play.
And decrease the cost of production, i.e. labor. So the internal logic of capitalism is, as Karl Marx understood, exploitation. It's why most products now sold on shelves in Walmart and throughout the United States are produced by abused labor in sweatshops in China, Bangladesh, throughout the world, and why unions have been broken and the American worker left bereft of meaningful work, job protection, benefits, and meaningful income. That is the logic of capitalism. Capitalism will exploit everything, including human beings, to the point of exhaustion or collapse. And that's why the environmental crisis is intimately twinned with the economic crisis. So many theorists have written correctly that capitalism is antithetical to democracy, to equality, to egalitarianism, to liberties. And here we have to talk about negative and positive liberties. So capitalism will promote negative liberties, the freedom to exploit, abuse, control, and profit off of, often at the distress of others, and that those kinds of liberties are championed and held up by a capitalist system. It's a quality that you see, for instance, among libertarians. So there's an erasure of the positive liberties essentially summed up in the common good, solidarity and caring, and a accentuation of the negative liberties which benefit capitalism and destroy the fabric of society itself. Capitalism can't live with those mechanisms, i.e. regulation, control, law, justice, that create a society that is free and that takes...
See, the thing is, I didn't create clothing, for example, right? So I'm wearing clothing, okay? Regardless of the morality and all that, but where did I get the thought thinking? You know, it's natural intelligence and shit like that.
Takes care of itself. Those liberties have largely been destroyed by capitalism. I mean, the right to privacy would be a good example. The wholesale surveillance, the control, the diffusion of corporate power into every aspect of American political life. The Supreme Court defining unlimited corporate cash under Citizens United as the right of the corporations to petition the government or exercise free speech. You're upending traditional freedoms and protections through judicial fiat in the service of corporate power. You can't allow corporations to become as powerful as they've become in the United States. Look at Silicon Valley, Google, Facebook.
Side fact, I'm not too sure if they're fucking still in the States at least have human rights, so check that out.
And Goldman Sachs, the consolidation of the banking system. This is extremely dangerous because they are more powerful than the government itself. The corporate coup d'etat, the government becomes an agent by which they further their own ends. The corporate interests are paramount, and the interests of the citizenry no longer count. I mean, that's why you have lobbyists writing legislation. That's why you have these money-saturated elections. Capitalism itself is a negative quality because what it is, by the tenets of any religious or ethical belief, is a negative. The moment you let your guard down, the moment you turn your back, the moment you cease to struggle against these entities, they will reclaim the territory they've lost. Repeatedly, when there have been attempts to control capitalism, capitalist forces work as hard as they can to restore their lost hegemony, which they've largely done in the United States since the New Deal and globally. The larger they get, the less any kind of control is possible. And that, unfortunately, is what has happened. When you look closely at what drives capitalism, it is a destructive force. That's why Marx called capitalism ultimately a revolutionary force, because once all the restraints are lifted on capitalism, and there are no internal or external controls, it will ironically, because of its own logic, seed its own self-destruction. And that, of course, is what we were seeing in the ecocide around us. When the Americans and Euro-Americans invaded and occupied the United States, displacing, killing native indigenous communities and seizing their land, it wasn't just about the control of resources, the seizure of resources, well, that was a large part of it. That's why Custer went into the Black Hills, for instance, and found gold, and they stole the Black Hills in one of the many treaty violations from Lakota. But it was also a competing ethic because indigenous communities were communal. The values of capitalism, the hoarding of things for yourself, were seen as negative qualities within indigenous communities, where everyone ate or no one ate, where those leaders who were most respected were those who sacrificed on behalf of the community for everyone else. So there was a competing ethic that had to be destroyed, along with the physical seizure of the land that indigenous communities held in order to sustain themselves.
Interesting.
Housing is one of the most basic human rights because you can't sustain yourself and your family if you're unhoused. This gets into the logic of a corporate society where you have what Marx would call surplus labor, the redundant labor. So it creates pressure on or desperation within the working class so that they will accept menial labor with abusive job conditions, with inadequate pay, if the minimum wage kept pace with the rise of productivity. Going back to the 70s, the minimum wage would be $20 or $25 an hour. But of course, in a financialized economy where so much money is made off of debt peonage, these forces have prevented the rise of the wage. It's not just been stagnant, but in real terms, of course, declined in terms of purchasing power. And so there is a kind of diabolical logic to making housing unattainable for the poorest segments of the population, because it creates a desperation within the working poor and the working class that makes them more easily abused and controlled by corporations. If you have a conscience, you're not going to last too long as the head of a major corporation. Your job is to consolidate or expand the power of the corporation and increase the profit and reduce production costs. And what your personal feelings are or proclivities are irrelevant if you attempt to thwart the internal logic of any capitalist enterprise. You'll be replaced. And so the qualities that in essence are celebrated by corporations or by the capitalist elite are the qualities that are associated with psychopaths: the incapacity for remorse or guilt, a penchant for lying and deception, the elevation of the interests of the self above the interests of anyone else, You see those qualities celebrated throughout the culture, the cult of the self. Reality television shows, for instance, are based on promoting those who exhibit those qualities, and in a reality television show, their reward is fleeting fame and financial reward. And so it replicates on a much smaller scale precisely what you see among corporations. So this is the logic of capitalism. There's no way around it. Those who are driven to achieve power are driven by a variety of motives. Sometimes those motives are a desire for power and celebrity and wealth that is based in personal trauma. Sometimes it is driven by people who have been conditioned by elite schools in order to serve the system without question. That system has been beneficial to them. It's been beneficial to their families. It's been beneficial to the elites they mingle with. It's an unconscious acceptance of the system because that system has personally benefited them and those around them. And so they don't ask the questions. That's what bureaucracy is. You do your little piece to make your little cog turn. And you never look at the superstructure itself. If you drive from one city after another across the country, and I've been in most of them, they're in deep decay and ruin with all of the attendant problems that come with a discarded population. Camden, New Jersey, per capita, the poorest city in America at the turn of the 20th century, was an industrial powerhouse. Its shipyard during World War II alone employed 36,000 people. Now there's nothing in Camden, it's a wreck. Half of the city, the original population of about 150,000 is now down to about 70,000. Even the public library is abandoned with trees growing through the roof. Whole blocks are abandoned with all of the despair and attendant problems of extreme poverty, violence. Camden also, year after year, per capita is one of the most dangerous cities, the highest rates of homicides in the country. Southern West Virginia, where the coal companies have turned the
fun fact, your local community is very important because the thing is you're born into something. So I wrote the having access to quality education, quality food, quality people, if that makes sense. So it gives you an elevated. So, local politics might not seem that sort of appealing, but food for thought for you.
Appalachian Mountains into toxic wastelands with billion-pound impoundment ponds filled with heavy metals and carcinogens, and the cancer rates are astronomical, and the soil is poisoned, and the water is poisoned. Pine Ridge, South Dakota, which has the second poorest county in the country. It's a Lakota reservation where the average life expectancy for a male is 48. That's the lowest in the Western Hemisphere outside of Haiti. The farm workers in Florida around Immokalee, where people who were chained inside of...
Okay, I don't know this YouTube channel, but let's have a look again. Okay, media. Interesting. Let's have a look at this fucking you know what? Okay. Don't know what that is. Mashing. I've heard Chris Hedges talk about that a bit. Okay, oldest. 8 years ago. Okay, dark agenda. 8 months ago. Let's have a look at the compilation. Socialist accountant. Okay, that loads. So he hasn't done a lot about it. A year, 3. No. I just started to. Okay. I both like Stephen King and Jordan Peterson. Just a fine job. Why Republican? Because it's not. Oh, okay. I think I was just saying this before. The thing is, I want to show you guys Chris Hedges, so. Watching. That's nice. Oh, okay, I never heard of that. Have a look at it. Watch it together. Raymond Williams, I haven't heard of him.
March 1915. In France, Europe's armies are entrenched as the First World War grinds on. In England, the Asquith Liberal government is about to give way to a coalition. D.H. Lawrence has just completed the manuscript of his novel The Rainbow.
I've read
later
that.
to be suppressed by the censors.
Did not know that.
On the weekend of the 6th to the 7th of March, Lawrence comes to Cambridge for the first and only time. Afterwards, he describes the visit as one of the crises of his life. He travels here at the invitation of his newly acquired friend, Bertrand Russell. The two men are to collaborate in a series of lectures on the philosophy of social reconstruction. Their program is to be anti-capitalist and a protest against the slowly intensifying war. Russell announces Lawrence as a prophet of the emotions, a champion of wild nature. He hopes his fellows will be impressed by Lawrence's ideas. But the visit is a failure. Lawrence behaves morosely. His conversation is irritable and dissenting. He scorns academics who discuss the war situation and know nothing about it. He is sickened by the marsh stagnancy and rottenness of their town. Lawrence's ambition to initiate a great and happy revolution in the state with Russell is not realized. Their social experiences are fundamentally different. The obstacles to their collaboration are cultural as well as personal. They cannot discuss social crisis in the same language. Russell's reformist assumptions are not radical and revolutionary enough for Lawrence, who rejects them. Their friendship lasts barely a year, and each faces the war alone.
And to be honest, maybe I heard it before, but I had no idea they met or became friends for a little bit. No idea, but tough stuff.
How can we understand this episode, drawing together as it does the conflicting threads of our social existence? We can only begin to comprehend it by looking at Lawrence in terms of the conflicts of his own time and place. Lawrence called this the country of my heart, but there are deep divisions in his heart and in his art when he portrays it. Divisions which were equally deeply embedded in the country itself. Well before 1885, an industrial urban economy was established amidst the rural landscape. The agrarian life was already dependent upon the industrial base of the coal mining which had succeeded it. The experience of historical transition and the opposition of the encroaching urban and declining rural ways of life had long been features of the history of the community into which Lawrence was born. There were some continuities between the developing mining industry and the cultivation of the land, local land and industrial entrepreneurs. But mechanization had largely occurred by 1860, and the conflicts and contradictions experienced by Lawrence's community were basically those of an advanced, urbanized working class. As one of the first artists to...
And yes, I do think this stuff is fascinating and interests me. And yes, if I could, I'll be right here, not doing any shit and just learning.
Right from a position within this class, Lawrence offers different and frequently contradictory models of his community. Although their form and ideological function change, the natural world and the world of alienated mechanical labor are constant presences in his play. But Lawrence's writing always returns to the problems of redefining the basic values of community, as those values emerge from the movements of a specific...
Fun fact, guys, this only has 2 comments, but videos like this, it's always good to look at the comment section as well, guys.
Historical process.
Fucking 80s music, man.
The process of mechanization, which accelerated during Lawrence's early life, brought with it gains and losses for the miners.
What were they?
It brought a relative improvement in their harsh working conditions. The butty system, under which Lawrence's father was employed, had miners work in teams, competing against each other. But even this limited sense of solidarity was ultimately fragmented by the advance of mechanization, as every member of the team was isolated underground. In fact, there was an extended period of stable labor relations. The butty system, for example, encouraged competition for the most profitable seams and appeared to represent the interests of employer and worker alike. However, this temporary balance of power between management and men coexisted with the continuous and fundamental conflicts between and within working class families, conflicts which manifested themselves beyond the pit gates. It is these day-to-day conflicts within the political unit of the family itself that Lawrence focuses on in Sons and Lovers, but he locates them firmly within a broader process of historical transformation.
The Bottoms succeeded to Hell Row. Hell Row was a block of thatched, bulging cottages that stood by the brookside on Green Hill Lane. There lived the colliers, who worked in the little gin pit 2 fields away. The brook ran under the alder trees, scarcely soiled by these small mines. whose coal was drawn to the surface by donkeys that plodded wearily in a circle round a gin. And all over the countryside were these same pits, some of which had been worked in the time of Charles II, the few colliers and the donkeys burrowing down like ants into the earth, making queer mounds and little black places among the cornfields and the meadows. And the cottages of these coal miners, in blocks and pairs, here and there, together with odd farms and homes of the stockingers straying over the parish, formed the village of Bestwood. Then, some 60 years ago, a sudden change took place. The gin pits were elbowed aside by the large mines of the financiers.
Sons and Lovers, then, is about change. It may appear to be a novel about the formation of an artistic temperament, but it contains a tragic vision of the relations between individual and community. The power of the text is that it confronts social and economic problems as they are embodied in the most private experiences: home, family, sexuality. Gertrude Morell's desire to change and better her life through her children is pitted against the law of replacement in the industrial working classes, epitomized by her husband. This produces the
I'll be back on it in a sec.
central struggles of the text. But this is only because the relations of power in the Morell household reproduce and intensify the patterns of domination in society as a whole. Even the seemingly idyllic Willie Farm is a subverted pastoral, ironically introducing the same patterns of female drudgery in family existence. The conventional escape from domestic and industrial monotony is through social mobility, but this is an option the novel refuses and presents as a form of death. In Sons and Lovers, there is no middle class, and the worlds of education and art, which provided Lawrence's own escape route, are nebulous and ill-defined, not sharing the book's roots in the particularities of time and place. Sons and Lovers selectively rework Lawrence's own history to dramatize tragedy. We must read its processes of distortion and selection historically. We must avoid simply placing Sons and Lovers in the abstract realm of art, which the novel itself regards with such caution. In fact, the only political force actually presented.
This is during the time period where radio was too popular. I'm not too sure what decade movies started playing news crunch and stuff at the beginning, but you gotta understand the time period and novels really at the top notch made at the time. And I'm pretty sure it was World War One, but I knew Derek Lawrence was married to a German, so I can't remember off the top of my head if they were anti-Semitic or not, but I know his wife was German. So continue watching.
However problematic, is the women's movement. This is seen in the suffragette Clara Dawes and in Gertrude Morell's Women's Cooperative Guild.
I haven't heard of her.
Lawrence's mother, the model for Mrs. Morell, was an official of the Eastwood branch of the Cooperative Women's Guild. But the way in which these elements are progressively marginalized in favor of a focus on the figure of Paul Morell anticipates Lawrence's future problems in dealing with political activism. We cannot take Lawrence's portrayal of community and his relation to it as simple fact. Versions of Lawrence's early life frequently encourage us to see him in isolation from his background. The claustrophobic and divided working-class family Lawrence portrays is too frequently idealized and stereotyped in our reproduction of the text. The family is, in fact, the historical locus of personal determinations, but is often thought of as an unchanging universal institution.
tragedy in the sense that a number of lives are being blocked. And
Yes,
that
I've not
there's
ever heard
difficulty
of
in
Raymond Williams.
understanding why they've been blocked. On the other hand, there is, for me, the tragic sense of the ending, which is often taken as a kind of liberation. This is the first powerful introduction of what became a characteristic ending to a novel which has encountered, as Sons and Lovers does, major questions of social conflict, social growth, the pressure of work on personal lives and so on. That moment of walking away and seeing the lights, which has become almost the stereotype of liberation, of getting out from under an impossible situation. For me, that is more tragic than the situation that has been left, in the sense that to walk away from it with that much sensitivity, that much intelligence, and to feel that that is any kind of response to what is going to go on happening there. Of course, people grow up and develop and in that sense change and go away. But it's symptomatic in a way of Lawrence's encountering in the most important way in his generation what was really happening in the major parts of English industrial life. And right.
The master of language is probably one of the best things anyone can do, the communication skills and articulate thought. So another reason why I pushed original thinking into play. But ideologies and stuff aren't good. People to recommend Jonathan Hyde, Brett Weinstein. I know Brett Weinstein's controversial, but I think secular ethics. I think Sam Harris has done a really good job in pushing that through. Peter Singer's another good dude. Judith Butler is another thinker. They're more for secular ethics and morals, which is I think is important. Again, it's not a replacement, but who knows?
Down from the most general questions of work to things inside the family and the most intimate relationships. And then thinking that this can be solved in terms of the development of one person, one individual. Especially if readers then add, and of course he goes away to be D.H. Lawrence, the world famous novelist, which makes the thing not tragedy but ironic farce.
War. The war is the major historical transformation Lawrence lives and writes through. The intimate connection between this social crisis and his writing cannot be
so World War II.
Lawrence's first reaction anticipates the difficulties he will have in exploring a communal crisis within the limits of a personal art. His vision of tragedy, sexual division, and disintegration within the working class community is expanded as the foundation of a more ambitious cultural and political diagnosis.
Fun fact, have you ever noticed why the military targets young men, fresh out of high school? Why? Because there's not a gap between the schoolyard and adult maturity. But, besides the obviously physical aptitude as well, not for violence, but just to get it physically beautiful, that's what I mean.
But he is pressured and pulled in different directions as he attempts to chronicle the end of a historical era. He sees the war as the inevitable culmination of the age of...
Yes, the most basic stuff is the culture, is the war of ideas and the war of culture, and over anything else. So, and I do think that
capitalism, mechanization, and mass organization. It will alter completely his attitudes to community, the working class, and women.
Women from the guys,
Lawrence's
no way.
response appears both simplistic and highly personal. His representation of the social world loses sharp definition. He begins to portray community as an undifferentiated...
Also, guys, a side note, one reason we see all these crowds, one, TV, radio, people had radio, TV and cinemas weren't as common, like technology, phones, for example, too, so luckily I also going to do.
Mass. Contrary to this, is an almost unbearably close focus upon the individual.
Oh, like what, arsehole?
The main cipher for individuation is female sexuality. But however subjective and private this reaction might seem, it can only be understood as a part of the widespread public bewilderment of the
I still think Deutschland is horny.
Social consequences of the war. As Lawrence visits Cambridge, the faltering Liberal government announces a register of women willing to do industrial, agricultural, and clerical work. This signals the movement into new jobs which will permanently change women's social position, with the munitions crisis and the conscription.
Now, here's a side, if you end up watching this, here's a side note for civic liberties. Fun fact, if you go read proper history, the first wave of feminism, a lot of women didn't want to vote. Now, the basis of voting and governance and being in politics and interacting is practicing politics or practicing government. Like if I'm financially contributing, then I get the right to vote. A classic example of that, it's not only with women, but the property ownership as well. Owning property means you're practicing politics or something, so, or contributing to politics. So, that's a good thought. Practicing politics, what's your right to say if you're not actually practicing it? So, I'm not talking about actually working in government, but, just think about it.
Crisis necessitating their mass mobilization.
I haven't heard of
For a
that
short
one.
time, Lawrence looked to women for the social transformation he desired. The aims of the Cooperative Women's Guild his mother belonged to were a peaceful revolution from autocratic capitalism to democratic cooperation. And in the early part of the war, and during his collaboration with Russell, Lawrence insisted upon the role of women in his great and happy revolution. Writing to Cynthia Asquith, the Prime Minister's daughter-in-law,
It is a question for the women of the land to decide. The men will never see it. But I still have some hope of the women.
By the end of the war, however, the new role women have found through wartime labor is seen by Lawrence as a new and perverse fulfillment of the law of replacement in the industrial state he detests. Their
That's a
limited
good point.
gains
What the
are
fuck?
now a positive threat. His position is part of a reactionary shift in masculine ideology occasioned by the war. In The Rainbow, however,
Read that.
rewritten during the early months of the war, the heroine's struggle for emancipation is
think about this, okay, in civil rights, and this quote will have a lasting effect on the rest of humanity. Why? I'll explain the counter argument in a second, but with that, quality of men out there becomes more high value, less than. So, side note, if you go into what's the word into it? Evolutionary psychology. When the standards of women go up, humanity goes up. The counter argument too is, as I say, the oldest business in the world is prostitution. So think about that. Prostitution, or aka the sex industry, or access to sex, and this particular quote here was women becoming more self-responsible, taking our own initiative, which is conflicting both good and bad and paradox of it all. What can I say? But it's also on moral basis. I personally support it, but I'm in support of free thinking. So without free thinking, it comes up initiates quality. So it's a fun fact too. Countries or areas of the globe that doesn't have a healthy sex industry is more prone to have more sex-related crimes. So, paradox.
Set more productively within and against historical process, with Ursula representing the most hopeful future for a society in actual collapse.
I think it's a classical Roman literature as well. Has the oldest recording of the Peter Pan syndrome for boys too.
But the impulse for change, initiated by the women in the book, finds no cultural realization and becomes a passionate subjectivity set against an alienated public culture.
Vermeer too, paintings, okay, Vermeer. That, not just painting, but Vermeer checking out too.
In this process, the particularized, localized history of sons and lovers begins to yield to a conflation of history and nature as vast impersonal processes. Ursula's education parallels Lawrence's own. Classroom and college again reproduce patterns of domination in the whole society, at best inducting the working class into the operation of the industrial machine. The violent rejection of contemporary culture from within the contours of a particular history disrupts the fabric of memory and common experience in the novel. Ursula's desire is thrown forward onto a transformation so total as to be conceivable only in imaginary terms, yet in terms given substance by the fabric of experience and memory the text offers. In the teeth of a felt cultural disintegration, The Rainbow opposes bourgeois morality and progressive liberal solutions, in effect refusing the kind of project envisaged by Bertrand Russell. Their collaboration will eventually be seen by Lawrence as an attempt to reconstruct the society that produced the Great War.
I think that...
So, like you just said, reconstruct society that produced the Great War. Like I said about contributing to your local community as well. The vanity inside of me says, if you see homeless, poverty, or no, not the stupidity locally, that means you're both directly and indirectly at fault. So,
he picked up this sense that there was a sympathetic, enlightened, educated class, although whenever he met their representatives, he immediately recoiled from them, I think rightly. He was pulled both ways. I mean, about something like the strikes and the whole notion of irreconcilable conflicts. But after all, no one more than Lawrence ever emphasized the fact of absolutely irreconcilable conflicts. I mean, he's not a man who's talking about minor adjustments and sensible compromises. He is saying it's life or death, that there are these forces driving us to destroy our lives and make them ugly. He's less certain about what the forces are which are moving in the other direction, but he knows that that's true.
The Rainbow already implicitly rejects any reformist measures, even including votes for women, as mere mechanical freedoms which consolidate the industrial machine of the nation-state. This sense of the industrial state's capacity to reproduce endlessly its own deadly order through the incorporation and destruction of individual lives finds a starker expression in the image of Gerald Kreitch's newly mechanized mining industry. This image haunts the Rainbow's sister novel, Women in Love, as the war haunts Lawrence. Likewise, Mark Gertler's painting The Merry-Go-Round is to Lawrence a powerful and obsessive image of the mechanical corruption of the human spirit, and enters Women in Love as the model for the sculpture that the futurist Lurker designs to adorn a factory. For an audience of Lawrence's time,
I'm reminded of Marcus Aurelius' quote, "Death is definite."
These images would have signaled the war as the real subject of a seemingly historically unfit novel. But the uncompromising and hopeless view of European culture and social relations in Women in Love is unpublishable during the war. This atomized and deracinated predicament, presented in the novel as tragedy, is all too easily assumed or even affirmed of the text and of Lawrence himself.
I've been puzzled for years why people see women love as the achievement of a new state of consciousness from which people can learn and go on. I think that precisely it is the laying bare of almost impossible contradictions, which incidentally changed the whole form of his fiction. And it's a fiction that is reduced to a single generation and to almost schematic relationships and opposition. When I hear people talk about this as the witness for humanity or the achievement of an aesthetic position which is above the relative crudeness, or what is described as the simple naturalism of the early tales. That's a very common way of putting it. I simply do not know what they're talking about. I mean, absolutely uncomprehending. And when you're in that state of mind, it must mean that you're not failing to understand individuals. You're up against a culture. You're up against a block. It's only a very temporary crystallization from this much wider and more active living social historical situation. It is simply that when people, and the crystallization is an interesting and impressive process, but when people use it to put down things like Sons and Lovers and the early stories, which they see as still cluttered with the detail of a real place and a working life and family and so on, one knows they are using that novel in a quite opposite direction, not as crystallization, but as a cancellation of that kind of involvement. And then I think, as a matter of fact, they're not even reading Women in Love very deeply. Because if people pick up Lawrence as this vagrant, and as so often read the struggle through the point at which it's presumed to reach, not actually ever did reach in Lawrence, but in the sort of a kind of false canonization of a version of Lawrence which got around. Then you read back through this and you get the sense of a man who is not only moving away, which is a very strong social, cultural reasons from the working environment in which he was raised, but
so, never heard of Raymond Williams, but it's obviously the guy on the fucking thumbnail. Moth. What? It's alright, there's nothing else. Community. 46 minutes in. So, now this chick here, I'm gonna go pay for her. For sure. This chick here, I'm gonna follow her. So, choreograph. So, that was. That's nothing. Right. You wanted to buy. So she does red pill content, so content is what? See what she says, huh? What's she doing with the bra?
It's my tata.
Okay. That's what Jeffrey Dahmer. Since that Jeffrey Dahmer shit's going.
Cancer is exhausting. That's
Oh,
all that I
dude.
can think about.
I am battling this chick again, so me and her are gonna beat. So let's see if I can do it. Obviously, no, that's her YouTube handle thing, but notice me. Oh, look at it, fuck it. So notice me, Senpai. Notice me. Have a look at it.
Hopefully we're there. I'm gonna have to. Am I laggy? I don't think so. I think we're good. I'm just gonna double check. Hello, everybody. Okay, we're live. You guys have sent me nonstop this Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix documentary. I don't have Netflix, so couldn't watch it. But we did talk about him in one of my psychology classes. I don't think nobody did a paper on him or like a presentation, but he's always looked at as like one of the most, I almost said prolific, like Jesus. I've been sick. He's always looked at as like a strange case in criminal psychology, and instead of
I wouldn't
talking
know
about
about
Red Pill, I was like, let's do something more girlish, which is true.
Okay. Yes.
You guys were saying how good the documentary was. If you watched it, share below. And I can live through you. I was looking up some reviews on it, and people were saying how, well, for the sake of not being too graphic, never mind. Maybe I'll bring it up. Anyways, so, fun fact.
I'm actually a really fan of this girl here, Torsha. Her YouTube thing's that, so do subscribe and you're a shit, so. Okay? So later.
Sister lived right near where John Wayne Gacy grew up, or lived, which was in Chicago. Jeffrey Dahmer is not far from where I'm at now. There's actually quite a lot of jobs in Milwaukee. If you are squeamish, don't watch, because we're going to be talking a lot about paraphilic disorders, cannibalism, graphic imagery. You know, they should train us on how to do content warnings. I'm laughing because I'm uncomfortable, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna end the broadcast for a moment, but because of one off, okay? So I'll turn it back on in a sec, okay? So I need some me time for a few minutes.
French's fries. I decided to do them in at the last, medium the last second. I need new makeup too, guys. Is there a fucking water bottle still? This kid's playing tennis, I found. Fuck it, hell of a day, I guess. Not a lot of filming. I figured out how to transfer Facebook things to Google Docs just then, like a few minutes ago, so oh well, which is good. I bought my camera with me just in case. I do need a fucking battery thing for this change, but what's he doing? How is he getting that? Oh, it's a string. There's so many scars there, but I didn't get much work done today, which is alright. It's my own fault a bit, but Who to call Darcy. But see what happens, eh? How much time do I have? So this is the road a bit later at night. I don't think anyone's here yet. Yeah. Somebody's fucking coming. So get off the road for them. So yeah, I was exploring down there a bit earlier. So I'm a bit... Right, Adam's here. Start. Last night. This person's driving past. Ah, fuck. I hate that fucking alarm. I've been out of work the last 2 days. I'm trying to center myself, but I'm coming tonight because I know Wednesday, Thursday, Friday I probably won't be doing meetings. Or maybe Thursday, but 8 till 2, but yeah, sorry about the exploring. I don't know if it was much, but it was something, I guess. But Hey guys, what's going on? So, oh, message. Hey matey. My mate left me a thingamabob. Emoji mo. That's so cool. I'm gonna light a cigarette. Got water? Fucking stop. Hey, welcome. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's in my nose. I'm to make actor. The fuck? She doing? Oh, hang on. I learned how, like I said before, I learned how to transfer footage. I think. Maybe I was. Oh no. Shit. Okay, that did not work. Fuck. Okay, that did not... that didn't work out well for me at all. I thought I was transferring a fucking video to... How to download... How to download video from Facebook. How to download from PC that's updated 3 months ago. Let's give it a listen, okay? Did not work. Well, it's something transferred from the... I thought I transferred... I learned how to transfer videos. How to do this? No, I've YouTubed it. Yes? It doesn't give me the option, you fuckface. Oi. Upload. Most popular. Maybe in the video chat, yeah. Hang on. It doesn't give me the option, you arsehole. Oh, okay, I see. Copy the link. F down.net. Sorry, I gotta put my F down. .net. This arsehole better not be fucking. Okay, I'm on the site. Oh, hang on. Okay, now back to the lesson. Yep. Alright. Ah, sweet. Ah, sweet. Now I gotta double check on my computer thing. Downloads. Downloads. Ah, it worked. point. There you go. Good at working. It fucking worked. Thank you, arsehole. Fucking worked. There you go. Not smart in the Illuminati. So, see, originally, it's just that. Originally, I thought I transferred it to my Google Docs thing, but obviously I didn't. So, but got to organize the vlogs. Stuff. Organize the footage and shit. Maybe I didn't do it, so... Oh, okay, that's not... Yeah, I didn't... Maybe it fixes itself. But, who cares? 228. 228. 229. Fuck, over 200 clips for the next vlog. Fucking hell, man. 231, 232. Fuck, where is it? Lost the track. 234. Ouch, you fucking mouth. 234. Oh, hang on, no. 235. 235. 235. 236. 236. 237. 238. I'm listening to a video and doing this at the same time. I'm trying to multitask. Oh, come on. I gotta buy a new mouse too. 239. 239. 240. 250. 251. 252. Oh, come on. 254. PayPal links down below, guys. Seven, 57, 58. Oh, I'm Darcy, you know better. But that's the thing. I'm glad that I'm working this. I can't listen to that fucking video. I'm almost out of smokes as well. Dixon's a bitch. So I'm organising some video clips, numbering them up. So when I edit them, I can keep easy track of what I'm up to. And you know, just in case I need to rearrange them as well, which does happen. I try to film as I go. So 263. 263. 264. Oh, 260, I want 265. And it's also just, you know, 7. Oh, this is so draining mentally. 267. So, oh, hang on. 268. I might have already stuffed up already. Shit. Oops. Yep, stuffed up already. Yep, stuffed up. 270. 271. Fuck, I pressed the wrong clip, shit. Oops. God, come on, Darcy. 273. 274. Long format without vlogs. So I'm still learning about how to format this shit. I need a new mouse, guys. So PayPal links in below. I don't want to resort to going to OnlyFans. Nobody needs to see that at all. And after I've rearranged this stuff, I'm going to download the rest of the videos. I'm a bitch. 280, sorry. 280. Oh, where is it? 280. Fuck. 281. Okay, I've sorted it out. 283. 284. 285. Fucking hell. So I think I watched another video on long format but long slow cinema. Fucking hell, man. I thought there's movies out there that do 14, 15 hours, man. Who's got the balls to do that? So 289, 290. Oh, did it again. 290. 90. Beard's really getting the itches. Yeah, some movies go for 14, 15 hours, man. No shit. Just YouTube the longest movies made. That's all you gotta do. 292, 293, 294, 295. I'm tired. I want to go home, which I am home. 296. I wonder what cinema studies would do with like vlogs and stuff. I'm still trying to work that out. That's got to be accounted for something in film studies. They have to be. I guess, you know, anything with a video is still some sort of filmmaking, like, to be fair. It's gotta be. Huh? Oop. No, typing the wrong numbers. Two, oh, guys, I really need a new mouse, guys. Therefore, do that. Oh. Sorry. I reckon history teachers would pull up blogs and stuff and use it in their history classes. That's what I reckon. We got 9. 13. 310. 11. God. 12. 14. 15. 15. 16. 17. 18. See, 9-hour vlog. I'm going to check on that soon. So far my computer hasn't crashed with that 9.5 hour vlog that I'm currently exporting, which I'll touch up on soon. So 21. 3. I don't know why I keep doing this to myself. Like 324. I didn't share this AA meeting either tonight. Nope. Three 26. So there was a few people that tonight. Nobody could settle down at all tonight. 0. 327. 328. 328. 29. 330. 330. Okay. 31. 32. 1, 2, 3. 335. 436. Found another double clip. Four, 337. 338. 339. Fucking hell. Okay. 340. Hours and hours of vlogs. So 342. 3:46. Yeah, I'm trying to get a picture for you guys. See, so many clips and stuff, so I'm trying to number them and all that shit there. So, yeah. So when I'm editing and stuff, you know, maybe possibly delete stuff. I'm not a big fan of deleting footage though. So if you got, so if you're going to be an actor with me, just be mindful of that. So, oh, come on, cunt. Fucking hell. 3:50. I'm not looking forward to working this week. I swear, I wish I can just make a living doing this fucking videos though. I should talk about addiction a bit more, but who knows. Wait, 56. Wait, 56. 3:57. 3:58. Almost done. So 3:59. So fuck man, I wish I can just have the time just to sit, earn some living, and continue existing. Fucking stay still, you fuckface. One for the 62. There you go. Fucking hell, man. Ugh. Whew. So, no, I'm gonna fucking what I'm gonna do is to, hang on, I want to get this done tonight. No way will I do that. There's zero way I can get that done. I need more fucking I need to be used to this. What was that site called? Oh yeah, fdown.net. Let's go back to see if I can download those videos, hey? Hopefully I can bust it out tonight. The videos, most popular. Okay, let's put this on a pause. Okay. So I never used to trust sites like this at all. Zero reason to. So far it's actually downloading pretty quickly actually. I just never trusted sites like this at all. There was zero reason to. Okay, this was an hour long one too. This one's an hour. Okay, let's try this one. This Facebook video is like an hour and 10 minutes or something. So. See how long this one's gonna take. Oh, it might take a while, but so far it's good. The videos, yeah. Fucking hell, it's going pretty good. Have a look at the corner. Oh, okay. That was easy.
I stuffed up twice today. One day, I just want to cry, man. That's all. All I want to do is cry. Fucking eyebrows. That fucking vlog better be okay when I get home too. Oh, God. Oh shit. That's better. Oh, there's a fucking spider right there too. Sorry guys, yeah, just get the spider down. Ugh. Fuck these people retarded. Oh my god. I got no idea why I'm filming my legs like this, but no makeup on too. I got to shower this afternoon. Shower, put some more makeup. That's what I got to buy on my next paycheck. More makeup. knew this was gonna fucking happen. Now I'll charge it. Just there. Oh! Where is he? Oh, fuck. It's gone. Like, my anxiety just hit so hard.
I'm almost done. Now it's time to go exploring a little bit, okay? Wasn't much of a rush.
I'm in Monavale, okay? Monavale Beach. Even though it hasn't been pleasant, post-war public art. The fuck? Oh, it's a new cafe, I think. There's really not much around, to be honest. I feel like fuck it, I'm just gonna fucking sit down and do a diary thing. See, no cockatoos though. It's really weird. I just noticed this park doesn't have like a direct path, like cross to cross. City boy, city boy. Living a beach life, a beach bum. I want to sleep on the fucking sand. Cool. Eat the marshmallows and get some fish by the but remember that's moan about beach. I'm gonna be fucked, to be honest. I should have just kept sitting down. But I'm actually physically tired, to be honest. Fuck. And it's supposed to be a jogging day, but some dumb bitch got to the fuck. Shit. Helicopter around. So some woman's just sitting on that bench I was at. Get out of it. The chicks moved, but it started to rain, so. Wet, but I wish somehow it'll rain a bit. You know what I kind of just realised? I could have walked around the back of the cafe and not been noticed. And wandering around like a madman like here. But it started to sprinkle and rain a little bit, but I'm actually just passing the fucking time, to be honest. So you got to start another day at work. I like being away, to be honest. But what? I really got to shower, so I got to decide whether to go to this meeting tonight or not, or stay home and try to attempt to do some creative work. But man, it's gonna piss down any minute today. You should see the fucking skies. But fucking last night before I was going to bed, I was supposed to which I didn't end up doing, like schedule some Facebook posts. But my computer was just fucking around. I did not know what's going on. Anyway, so I left my editing software open, and it's currently exporting my 9.5-hour vlog. When I left home today, it was on 39% complete exporting. So before I went to bed last night, it was on 33, I think it was. So I guess that's a good sign that the first attempt was you got to 22% stuck. But anyway, so I said when I get home tonight, if it's increased, how much if it's exporting. So which is everyone I'll lose a lot of my watch time on YouTube. It would help keep the thing going. So but anyway, before I got here this morning, I only got a packet of cigarettes from Coles at the Pittwater Palace, which is kind of down the road, and it just reminded me of my early recovery, I guess, of working at Blacksmith's. So Blacksmith's Motor Valves. I know their social media is still open. It just reminded me that I guess in a way I was doing the right thing back in those days, but I just wasn't doing anything particularly wrong. So I think I just randomly occupied myself instead of doing things purposely with directness and stuff. But living a life like that does kind of catch up to you. But anyway, so see what happens. So. I guess lately, the last few months, I kind of feel not lost, but feel like I'm back in day one recovery. But I guess like a thought that I'm having that I don't focus on recovery as much, because I kind of, in a sense, found myself a bit. Anyway, tonight, if I don't do the meeting at AA, I'm going to work on a new philosophical book. Last night I spent most of my night kind of editing the English and stuff and going over it. The grammar. I haven't published it yet, so I might do that tonight anyway. Probably do that tonight as well. Format it and upload it to Kindle and all that. So obviously do a few emails and shit. So what I might be filming a movie this Saturday with this as well, so that's what the emails will be for. Which I might have to fucking write a thing out for, but wash my hair too. I really got to center myself and all that. Not emotionally or anything, but just getting here and the commute's just throwing me around a bit for some fucking reason too. But hopefully today will be like yesterday, just fucking be a bit with it today. But I only did a couple mistakes yesterday, but at least today I bought a bottle of water with me too. Leave it here at work too, like put it to the side and try to be a bit more present, you know, at each action or inaction I take a bit of deal with some consequences to it. So fucking hell. All I'm doing is just passing time till I fucking get a word. There's a cockatoo. Fuck. I don't know if the audio picked that up. Today has not been a good service, so started down. I'm obviously having my lunch at halloumi. So roughly about an hour and a half to go till I'm home and free for the night. And I've decided to go to the AA meeting tonight at 6 p.m. at Coco. So I remember like Melissa, one of my friends, I've sent a friend recently some poetry. She probably wants to sing me after that. But I want to be home, I want to be doing my own thing. But I just need some own time, so even though I got tons of work to fucking do, so hang on. Alright. I'll be. Hey, boss.
my PowerPoint over.
Oh.
If if they like are cool with it.
Check out this satire documentary. I'm in the mood for religion, to be honest. Give me one sec. Must live or what? 1 second. Karen Armstrong I think should check out. She's a great writer. Critically acclaimed. What is it called? All the names that God's given us. The sacred mushrooms from the cross. The half is little nada. What's this one? Religion. Oh, I know it's not okay, fuck it. Let it call you. Check him out. Call you. See if YouTube support anything else. Might have problems now. God is not great, which I've read by Christopher Hitchens. If I Google like top Boston, gorgeous documentary. Is that cool? What the fuck? Oh, visited. An honest liar. Unbelievable. Heart. Lieutenant Yogi. X. Right. Passion of Janet Moses. That's how you must have of it. Have a look. Janet Moses. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. That's Texas. Gary Wine? Oh, that's probably the Gary Wine. King Kong. Cool King Kong. Oh, is it a Netflix one? That's a truly strong word. I imagine it's about their Messiah. What the fuck is this one? No more. No more. I didn't pronounce it. I like but not white. I think it's a documentary or something. So I can do since I wrote about the cultural industry. Well, maybe I should just write in glitches. Documentary. He's really good at understood. Racist religion. So. Learning about religion, to be honest. Not everyone's forte, but hey.
This channel is part of the History Hits network.
Start again.
Very different views of their leader, his identity, his message, his vision. A power struggle ensued. Emerged in a story in the Gospels. Noam's theories. It left behind no surviving record of its beliefs and withered away. This faction was composed of the biography of Jesus. What sort of Jerusalem. a city divided by religion.
I am not watching. I'm not in the mood for series at the moment. Documentaries on the pod. Check that motherfucker out, huh? That got some shady shit. Scan of the truth. Horrible. What is it? Documented history. Oh god, it's nothing but fucking conspiracies, man. Christian dilemmas, the secret history of the Bible, of course. Whatever. Reform of the Vatican. It's just conspiracy, man. All of it. Quite possible. Church history. First, the mystery of Falcone. Now time. Oh, that's the radio show. Life is that, eh? Might as well, huh?
Engaged in a race against time. His days on this earth are clearly numbered, but his resolve to revitalise the Catholic Church is unyielding. The pontiff believes that nothing is ill in the kingdom of heaven.
La tierra inscribe nell'albo dei santi, Beato José María Escriba, sacerdote, conductore dell'Opus Dei.
Since his death in 1975, José María Escrivá has been fast-tracked to sainthood in record time by a pope who long admired his anti-communist, ultra-conservative brand of Christianity. Opus Dei means God's work in the...
If it's Shimon named, Shimon designed, it's deeply flawed.
Translates as Catholic fundamentalism. These members of an unashamedly elitist movement aim to influence and change society from the very top, taking their message into the workplace as politicians, lawyers, businessmen, and journalists.
The message from our founder and the message from the Opus Dei is always the same. Everyone can be a saint, must be a saint, but sanctifying the everyday life.
Opus Dei has managed to polarize opinion like few other institutions in the modern Catholic Church. For supporters, it's all about achieving sanctity of the human spirit, and perhaps more importantly, of supporting this Pope's highly conservative social agenda. To detractors, though, Opus Dei is a disciplined, creative sect, far more interested in amassing power and influence here at the Vatican.
Things, I try to take a humanistic approach to religion, so more of a neutral view of it all. It certainly has its impact on humanity. So.
In the shadow of the Pyrenees lies the very heart of the Opus Dei movement, the shrine of Teresiadad.
No idea who that is.
It's an extraordinary monument to the memory of Jose Maria Escrivá, who was born and raised in a nearby town. Built on the medieval fault line between Christianity and Islam. Father Javier de Mora Figueroa, rector of Teresiadad, is typical of Opus Dei's leadership.
What's this guy
From
doing?
one of Spain's elite families, he's a former naval officer and lay Opus Dei member who entered the priesthood aged.
I completely forgot that the Catholic priest, they can have whatever lifestyle and then enter the priesthood.
As Father Javier assumes his priestly mantle, he's flanked by Opus Dei numeraries, who form the inner core of the movement. Theirs is an evangelical mission
Symbolism.
with a rigid social agenda.
Remember, the greatest artist character.
Preaching against conception.
To fight or to struggle or to fight with the church is in the all around the world, in the economics, in the media, in the universities.
Is that Mother Mary?
Opus Dei has 85,000 members worldwide, 2/3 of them in Spain and Latin America, and many more supporters who often make the long pilgrimage to Teresiadad, where Jose Maria's statue looms larger than any representation of Christ.
Whoa, look at that. This is one thing that I give respect to Muslims, is that they don't make these things and praise them. So the Catholics, they get saints that people like this do here and idolize them, or they could be idolizing God, sort of thing, like Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? So, not even the disciples, but, hey, fuck that.
He has a very big heart, he's very compassionate,
also
strong will and a strong temperament. But for me, to say in a few words, he teach me to love.
But others have less saintly personal memories of Jose Maria. Through the 1950s and 60s, Escriva's vision was realized by a trusted inner circle of senior numeraries. But after 15 years' service, one of these disciples fell out with the father. Alberto Moncada moved on to become one of Spain's leading sociologists.
Sociology, the cultural industry.
Because they need a person who is above everything. That's what then to
Personal charisma established a network of schools around the world, a ready-made from which the best and brightest are targeted for recruitment.
Cuando la paciencia se termina y ya se había vuelto a empezar muchísimas veces que... Paciencia, hija mía, paciencia.
But behind the happy facade, cylindrics accuse Opus Dei of operating as a mind-controlling force, obsessed with secrecy, ordering fire, who says the claims are true. Part of the strategy he used when sent to Peru in the 1960s to establish an Opus Dei university.
They recruit very young people in a closed environment. As soon as they can, they prohibit to go to the movies, to go to different of the other gender. They try to be secret in the family. They don't tell your father that you are an Opus Dei member, things like that. They take away the money. They send them to places when they start higher education. And from that time, they are like slaves.
I think that the matter is that they mistake the secrecy with the privacy. Because the most of the older people are
now, in the Catholic Church does not like very nice. So far, this guy's very okay.
People working in their job, and they don't like to put a label in the jacket, telling, I want to be a saint. Esta estuvo siempre en la ermita antigua, colgando del cuello de la Virgen, y la gente de la zona, obviamente, lo que les gustaba era.
On a pilgrimage to Darcy, a group of students from a Spanish Opus Dei university learn of the life and legacy of Jose Maria.
But it's not worshiping people. Not even religious fashions, but it's secular and artistic religion. Even if you're an atheist, it's never idolize somebody. Why? Because it's always scandalous.
Lo que tenemos en los paneles son fotografías seleccionadas de su vida.
They already know that most of the technocrats responsible for Spain's economic miracle of the 1960s were disciples of Escrivá, as are many prominent bankers, politicians and journalists in Spain today. But the telling of Opus Dei's early history is far more selective. Founded by Escrivá in 1928, the fledgling movement was lucky to survive the Spanish Civil War, when communists shot thousands of priests. Under the subsequent personal links to the Franco regime, an alliance that should disqualify him from sainthood. It's a slander on the memory of the founder, says the rector, who speaks with some personal knowledge. His own father was an admiral in Franco's navy.
They met, I know, they met, and I think that our founder thought that Franco was a good Christian, but perhaps he never speak about politics.
But there are a few other skeletons thrashing about in the Opus Dei closet. Every Easter, Catholic Spain bears witness to this ritual parade of self-flagellation to emulate Christ's suffering and purge sinful thoughts. While these spectacles are largely symbolic, Opus Dei takes a more literal approach, encouraging members to engage in such practices in private, along with the wearing of spiked thigh belt. Issue of Opus Dei members engaging in flagellation, mortification of the flesh.
Yes, it's true. It is true, but it is not tragic. It's not so tragic. His expression in the church from the first centuries to now, no?
Was it expected of the Opus Dei members to self-flagellate, to engage in mortification?
So the thing is, sex and stuff, like, there's a mainstream ideology and a more popular ideology. And people, there's a large number of people know that sort of stream of thinking. And so pretty much people who want power or want that sort of money, whatever, they fill in the gaps, the holes, and start their own sort of sector, right? So they can fill in. So
on Saturday.
Do you engage in that practice?
Yes, of course. And it's no shame. I don't like speak about that because of my privacy and I'm shy in this stuff. But I can't deny I live the mortification of the flesh. Just to see the holiness.
It's a rare public admission, linking such practices to the movement's
the place to start learning about religion is going per se and
core goal of achieving sanctity in everyday life. But mortification of the flesh isn't the only ritual that mortifies some other Catholics.
The women, they don't sleep in beds. They sleep in wood. Because the Scribas say the women are sexier than men. They have funny extrapolation. He was an expert in psychology of sex.
So on what? On plane?
On plane. Many psychiatric problems, more than 3 people who were sanatorium, many people who go, and there was even a Spanish psychiatrist in Spain who was a specialist in Opus Dei members.
Alberto Moncada accuses Opus Dei of hypocrisy, of inflicting an impossibly austere lifestyle on the rank and file. While for the leadership, apparently anything goes.
When you are important, you are an important person, I think you are entitled to almost everything. When I was in Peru and was very worried and was tired of talking to Opus Dei about impossible things they wanted me to do as a rector, I went to a nice hotel in Lima, had a good time with a lady. No problem. I just came back, confessed, and everything was okay.
Sanctity through work may be the motto of the Opus Dei elite.
economics. So, yeah, man, great stuff you guys are
Nothing spiritual about the tough physical grind of the grape harvest here in the southern Spanish town of Almendralejo. These hardy country folk seem somewhat perplexed by the revelation that God has moved among them. But for every doubter, there is a true believer. These are the hands that have made Jose Maria a saint. They belong to a retired country doctor, Manuel Navarro Rey, who says the years of operating primitive X-ray equipment without shielding had left him with inoperable cancerous ulcers on his hands.
y la verdad que le recé con mucha devoción y al cabo de 15 días me vi sorprendido porque aquellas ulceraciones prácticamente habían desaparecido.
Under Vatican rules, candidates for sainthood need 2 scientifically inexplicable medical miracles. The first came from a Spanish nun. He deposits here.
Que a pesar de estar en pleno siglo XXI, que existen los milagros, que Dios está entre nosotros.
Jose Maria's fast track to sainthood led here to the Vatican's Congregation for the Causes of Saints, the saint-making department. History weighs heavily on these shelves, where a lifetime of suffering and sacrifice in God's name awaits official scrutiny.
Qui ci sono I documenti antichissimi, praticamente riguardano tutta la storia della Congregazione delle Case dei Santi, sin dalla fondazione nel 1588.
Was already losing currency.
This for putting splits onto the fast track seems to me to be a policy which could be reversed in years to come when
Noam Chomsky. No. No. Figured it out. Well, Baptist. Baptist church. Hang on. What about like that? Baptist church. Orthodox Church Baptist. Independent Baptist, that's it. Orthodox Baptist. Reformed. How did capitalism start? Wow, that's a double tree. Biblical tree. Check out this page. Okay, YouTube's not working for me. That's it. I should check out his father's side as well. I don't know, this seems soft. Yeah. Soft on it. Really glowing. The full stack. Protestant Reformation. Very Baptist document. Calvinism, Reformed theology. True content. As well, huh? What is Reformed theology? Calvinism. Temple Baptist Church. Right. These guys look like virgin white boys, man. They kind of still. Come on. They. Oh, maybe not like that, but his skin is so clear.
Fear in people. Said,
My internet's not working. History of Calvinism. What is one step? Might as well do the 10-minute one. Where was it? I used to film that. Why is Calvin cells actually headed to iron?
Hey guys, welcome to Faith to Foul. Today we're going to be talking about the history, theology, and worship of Calvinism. We hope you guys enjoy this video as much as we enjoy making it.
The origin of the Reformed the Reformation, and the reference was started by Martin
Luther rediscovered the doctrine of justification by faith, but it was John Calvin who brought much more of a backbone to the whole Reformation movement, in the sense of he brought much more of a wholly biblical basis and understanding.
Luther's relationship is interesting. They never had a personal conversation with each other. Calvin was very impressed by Luther, honored him as a father in the faith, but was not enslaved to Luther's opinions.
Calvin, because of his
I heard him audibly, but not. Maybe I have.
institutes of Christian religion and his many commentaries and so on, had a huge impact on the Reformed tradition, so much so that often the tradition
and it would also be his emphasis on the Holy Spirit.
His writings began to be the world. The more you read him, the more you come to understand he had a heartbeat for God and a heartbeat for the gospel and a heartbeat for sinners.
To be a Calvinist, rightly understood, is to be a student of the Word of God, such that you know the Word of God is the inspired Word of God, and you know who it speaks of, Jesus Christ, and you know Jesus Christ personally as your Savior.
God central in Calvinism. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. So it's a Trinitarian,
Isn't it just sound like more philosophy than anything else?
a robust faith.
We need all three persons of the Trinity to become saved.
are reflective of what the canon of the door. It was an international gathering of a reformed of the Arminians.
So the 5 points of Calvinism line up as well with the 5 points of the canons of Dort, starting with total depravity, unconditional election, limited atonement, irresistible grace, and the perseverance of the saints.
So total depravity, as we have come to know it, refers to the whole corruption of the human nature, so that we are unable to do any saving good. As R.C. Sproul says, we are very, very, very bad.
Unconditional election is the teaching of the Bible that really emphasizes that God saves us not by any condition we meet in ourselves, but solely by his grace. Calvin really brought out the aspect that God is sovereign only and
but sheerly out of his sovereign
Yeah.
So if you think of Calvinism or of limited atonement as a bridge across a chasm, Calvin believed that it's all the way across the chasm, whereas Arminians would believe that it's a wider bridge. Christ died for more people, but it's effective to bring them all the way across the chasm.
So irresistible grace is the understanding of the...
It sounds like it's philosophy. Since I don't know John Calvin, where does any Ireland? I was watching one of Joseph Smith, and that one was completely Calvin, Calvin. So what you want? Yeah, like I said, guys, I want to put corner. I look at this.
It's a point of sale that works. It's time to upgrade. Fries are to my door, and these fries crunch louder than yours. Please.
For weeks now, I have dreaded this moment. I do not wish to leave Dorothea and the children.
This is a fully magnet.
My heart bleeds, and yet from God I have the certainty it must be so.
Really? You're awful.
What God has joined together, God may also.
Tonight I fear for my life. Since anti-Catholic leaflets appeared at the royal court, the witch hunt to ban the new faith has begun.
I'm not reading second. This one? 2003. German monk. Come on, we're not gonna watch for hours.
Just spare me! Just help me!
It's like 15 episodes. Yep. You said it's this month. Oh, what's his name? It's an artist, idealized German monk. Of course, the Germans really kind of want to change everything. Their haircuts. Oh, what's that guy? That German actor. He played Hitler in Downfall. That guy. I try to point him out. Yeah, since shit. Such a nice guy. My friend's brother just never really cried. What's going on?
He's leaving.
Who's leaving?
Please stay for supper. Father! Your first mass and you craft yourself. I hope we could talk. We scraped to send you to the law, to elevate you to a noble profession. I sweat in the mines for 20 years to give you the chance I never had. His manman, to honor your father. Brought me a shadow of lightning burns your arse and you call that God? The devil more like. Father!
Yeah, the Germans. Stop the damn standover. That's the German actor I've been talking about. Him.
Harden yourself. Arguing with the devil never does any of us. He has had 5,000 years of practice. He knows all the weak spots. I'm sorry about today. I'm not here to scold you.
Guys, were you learning to beginning to learn something? Check out their biography films like this. This is the German actor. The right dude.
No, 2 years I've never heard you complain. Even no teenagers. I live in terror of judgment. Then you think self-hatred will save you?
Have you ever dared to think that God is not just? He has us all tainted by sin. Exactly as all our lives with our faults. This righteous judge who damns us, threatening us with the fires of hell. I know I'm evil to think it.
You're not evil. You're just not honest. God isn't angry with you. You are angry with God.
Wish there were no God.
Martin, what is it you seek?
A merciful God. A God
Self-forgiveness.
who I can love. A God who loves me.
Then look to Christ. Bind yourself to Christ. And you will know God's love. Say to him, I'm yours. Save me. I am yours. Save me.
So, extremistic theory on Jesus and specifically death and resurrection is that you got to kill the old self to get the new one, meaning that your biases, your flaws, mistakes, forgiveness, self-love, and all that stuff. So, interesting reads.
I am yours. Save me. I am yours. Save me.
They just want to become better people, in other words, subconsciously.
The brothers are not happy with your decision. They think there are others at our cloister better suited to deliver your letters to Rome.
Martin has 2 degrees on aptitude for Rome. It will be a legal brief he carries. Besides, if they're doing good, he'll be out in the world.
Where are they going? Rome.
Hey, you look lonely, brother. Come on.
Statues of all your favourite saints. Saint Cecilia for sore throats. Saint Paul for bad backs. And swollen feet, brother. Saint Joe for chapped hands. The Virgin, all off the page. Down! Look, it's here! The Holy Father on the streets!
Let's do the fight. No. Protestant. Average first Protestant. BDS, okay, I know it is. Number 2. I'll say number 1. Try to finish the
And I just want it to be a public declaration of
abstain, yeah. So. What is it? I'm still unsure about Matt Walsh, to be honest. Religion versus reality. Yeah. Why is Christianity gone to the world? So, definition later is
Completely realigned politics towards a new economic system it had enjoyed since Ronald Reagan. He could have begun the slow but necessary transition away from the neoliberalism that had characterized the previous 3 decades, but squandered that opportunity almost entirely. Of course, it would be remiss notwithstanding in opposition to the Republicans, a group so virulently neoliberal and anti-intellectual that they can most of America's political deterioration for them. Themselves, that obviously induced the crisis. The major perpetrators walked away virtually unscathed, and billions of dollars richer. Neoliberalism was permitted to live on as a zombie paradigm, with its corruption and lawlessness made plain for all to see. The mirage of stability and recovery that the world experienced under Obama only served to mask the economic precarity under which the average citizen of the developed world was now living, and was a fitting prelude to the violent but predictable lurch to authoritarianism under Trump, who is both fascist and neoliberal. Neoliberal decay by position establishment, but it's all about being an easy entrance for the most sadistic neoliberal forces in the country to further dominate the government. The Democrats could have capitalized on this populist moment themselves by returning to their legacy as the defenders of labor from capital and savagely attacking their opponent's neoliberal agenda. But instead, they blundered by nominating an arch-neoliberal, who was indelibly stained with the image of a dismal manager of the status quo. Against populist authoritarian, she was a dead candidate. The Democrats conceded political ground to the right. They continue to do so today by clinging to their faith in neoliberalism to delays from 1918 to devise a new Marxian liberals and socialist central planning theorists. Friedrich Hayek became the grandfather of the global neoliberal movement and ignited the greatest intellectual counter-revolution in modern history. Neoliberalism's gradual ascent and then complete takeover of society is a complex, sordid, and in many ways ironic story. But most importantly, it was far from inevitable, and it's a story that needs to be told if we're to deeply understand the circumstances in which we find ourselves today. Though Hayek spent much of the 20th century in Keynes' shadow, the world would one day live in Hayek's shadow, and no one had any idea what was coming. This is where the story of neoliberalism begins.
Yep, there you go.
Friedrich August von Hayek was born in Vienna, known as Austria-Hungary, in 1889. Hayek was born into a wealthy family of high academic achievement. Hayek's father, August von Hayek, was a medical doctor who worked for the Viennese Municipal Ministry of Health and was a part-time lecturer on botany at the University of Vienna. Hayek's mother, Felicitas von Juraszek, was born into a wealthy conservative and landowning family, and before Hayek was born, received a vast inheritance in the early years of her marriage to Hayek's father. Both of Hayek's grandfathers, Franz von Juraszek and Gustav Adler von Hayek, were scholars and lecturers as well. Juraszek was a leading economist in Austria and close friend of Eugen von Boom-Bawerk, one of the foundational thinkers of the Austrian School of Economics. Gustav Adler taught in for 30 years and wrote many books by biology. Hayek was also second cousin to the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. From an early age, Hayek was a precocious child surrounded by intellectual stimulation. He read philosophical works fluently before attending school. He was the oldest of three, with two younger brothers, but preferred to associate with adults. Hayek was deeply by his father, who frequently suggested large volumes for him to read, and also piqued his interest in biology. Hayek spent many hours practicing botany with his father, and traveled extensively throughout Europe collecting natural specimens of plants, minerals, and insects. Hayek's preoccupation with botany also exposed him to Darwinian evolutionary theory from a young age. The ideas of survival of the fittest and of spontaneous evolutionary development were profoundly influential theories later in life. In 1917, Hayek enlisted in the Austro-Hungarian army and fought on the Italian front during World War I. He experienced combat as a telephone officer and in military craft. It was actually during his military service he was given his first books and pamphlets on economics by a fellow officer. Who was active, discharged after a year of 1918, enrolled as a student at the University of Vienna, where his father had lectured. His experience in the war left him with ambitions of helping work towards a better world by becoming a university professor. As population and territory, the Romanovs in Russia were executed, and the Soviet Union, along with 8 other new states, came into existence. New borders crisscrossed all over the European continent. The free market gold standard system of international trade, on which classical liberalism flourished prior to World War I, was put on life support. In post-war Vienna, Marxism, common ownership of the means of production, welfare statism, and the planned economy achieved a sudden academic respectability, just as enslaved European could remember. All of this only fueled Hayek's interest in economics, and brought his attention to the question which would concern him for the rest of his life. Was this socialist reform that was spreading up all around him feasible. Though Hayek became located at the University of Vienna, a prestigious lineage of economic mentors and pupils, including Karl Menger, Eugen von Böhm-Bawerk, Friedrich von Wieser, and Ludwig von Mises, were Hayek's former and Wieser of Böhm-Bawerk. Hayek would learn from all four of these elder Austrian economists in different capacities throughout his life. Hayek considered one of Menger's greatest contributions in principles to be his individualist or subjectivist approach, which located the focus of all economic activity in the actions, decisions, values, and knowledge of individuals. In 1883, Menger published another work entitled Investigations into the Methods of the Social Sciences, with special reference to economics. In this work, Menger posed a question which Hayek considers one of the most facing of the Menger insisted that it was an error to reduce all institutions to acts of positive common will, and that institutions were in fact unintended creation. Menger wrote, "Natural organisms without some exhibit, when closely observed, a really admirable functionality of all parts with respect to the whole, a functionality which is not, however, the result of human calculation, but of a natural process. Similarly, we can observe in numerous institutions a strikingly apparent functionality with respect to the whole, but with close, they still do not prove to be the result of an intention aimed at this purpose, i.e., the result of an agreement of members of society. They, too, present themselves rather as natural." Hayek wrote in Marx is not to be deliberate, planned, and coordinated, that institutions and the economy were simply not the result of coordination, but rather of generated sum of decisions by disconnected individuals acting in concert, which Hayek later likened to an unconscious process of evolution. The next two great influences on Hayek were Wieser and Böhm-Bawerk, who were both students and colleagues of Menger at the University of Vienna. These two men were brothers-in-law and lifelong friends, and Böhm-Bawerk, as we recall, was also a close friend of Hayek's maternal grandfather, Franz von Böhm-Bawerk, steadfast adherent of Menger, and was the most well-known Austrian of the time, thanks to his long career as a leading Austrian statesman. Böhm-Bawerk's face actually appeared on the 100-shilling banknote from 1984 until the euro was introduced in 2002. Böhm-Bawerk is notable for his early and explicit conflicts with Marxist economic thought. Each of Böhm-Bawerk's major economic works included criticisms of Marx, including Marx's exploitation theory and Marx's theory of labor value. Böhm-Bawerk and his successors' early skirmishes with Marxism established the Austrian school as a persistent adversary of socialism. Wieser, on the other hand, was a more unique. Wieser was both Hayek's party of Hayek. I'm a student in the field of sociology as he was in economics, and his sociological training lent his ideas more sympathy to government intervention than Menger or certainly Böhm-Bawerk. Wieser was a follower of the Fabian Society, a society of British socialists that included figures such as Theodore Webb, George Bernard Shaw, H.G. Wells, Harold Lasky, and even the two major protagonists of British embedded liberalism, William Beveridge and Clement Attlee. As a student, Hayek was a disciple of Wieser and mostly sympathetic to the idea of government involvement in the economy. Hayek recalled later in life that when he was a student, he was very much aware that there were two traditions in the Austrian school, the Böhm-Bawerk tradition and the Wieser tradition. However, he added that all of Hayek's influence government intervention with his book Socialism, 1922. It was this work that shifted the trajectory of Hayek's thought away from the democratic socialism of Wieser and into the camp of the anti-socialist in the 1920s of a centrally planned economy. In his article 1920, Calculation in a Social Commonwealth, socialism could not rationally allocate resources of market profit. There would be no such thing as profit. Therefore, economic decision making, both individual and governmental level, would be impossible. Hayek is ever for early in his graduation in 1923. Mises hired Hayek as a specialist for the Austrian government foundation of Hayek's mentor, Wieser. In 1924, Hayek was hired to work as a research assistant for the American professor Jeremiah Jenks at New York University, whom Mises introduced Hayek to, and who hired Hayek based on Mises's recommendation. After returning from New York, Hayek attended to discussion of high-level concepts in various fields of the social sciences. In 1927, Mises founded an economic center on the at every this was community's experience in a privat dozen or an unpaid lecturer at the University of Vienna previously studied. It was at this point in history that laissez-faire liberalism had a at its point, and self-identified got his foot. His political conditions across the European continent were beginning to darken as the Nazis began consolidating power in interwar Germany. Mises confided to Hayek and his other colleagues that he believed freedom in Austria would soon end. Thankfully for Hayek, his work would find the attention of sympathetic liberal economists at the, or LSE for short, institution of higher learning with a storied history around the world. The school was founded in 1895 by Beatrice and Sidney Webb of the Fabian Society, the same socialist society that earned the respect of early mentor Friedrich Wieser. However, the school's Fabian roots didn't produce a singularly socialist or leftist institution. The LSE's influence across the range of economic thought was extensive. The LSE incubated the highly influential socialism of Harold Lasky, the post-war embedded liberalism of Beveridge and Attlee, and a revival of classical liberalism under Edward Cannon and
Let's continue getting red pill as I say. As a kid side, okay? So bye.
Headed by Cannon Lee Robbins, that would bring Hayek to London and help him make a name for himself. Hayek had previously made contact with Edwin Cannon through his work for the Austrian Institute for Business Cycle Research. Hayek recalled that Mises considered Cannon a kindred spirit, and Hayek was effusive in his praise for Cannon, who he said safeguarded the main body of liberal thought through that eclipse in the intellectual history of liberalism, which lasted throughout the 15 or 20 years following the First World War. Cannon was a classical liberal in the tradition of Adam Smith, who placed emphasis on the slow transformation of communities. Cannon wrote, "All important change is gradual, and social institutions are not created by the sudden efforts of inspired geniuses, but grow of themselves, usually slower than oak trees." It comes as no surprise that Cannon kept a portrait of Karl Menger hanging from the wall of his office at the LSE. Much like Hayek, Cannon was originally an ally of interventionists, but in the early 20th century, he moved sharply to the side of classical liberalism. Cannon was the main combatant in the long-standing rivalry between the economists of the LSE and those of Cambridge under the auspices of Alfred Marshall, the mentor of John Maynard Keynes. Marshall had been the most influential economist in Britain for many years. Ironically also titled Principles of Economics, but published 19 years after Menger's book of the same name, was the dominant economic textbook in England for decades. Marshall was one of the first economists to start taking economics to a more mathematically rigorous level, and also began to move economics away from its classical focus on the market economy, and instead popularized it as a study of human behavior. Cannon and Marshall had deep disagreements over the usefulness of pure theory and of economic history within the field of economics as a whole. When Cannon finally stepped down as the head of economics at the LSE in 1927, the distinguished American economist Allen Young was meant to replace him. But when Young died suddenly of pneumonia in 1929, the path was open for another man to become head of economics at LSE at the bright young age of only 30 years old. That man was Lionel Robbins, who would go on to not only revitalize classical liberal economics at LSE, but bring Hayek on board the LSE's economics faculty, where he would do battle against Keynes, Cambridge, and interventionist economics. Before Hayek entered the scene, Robbins had already been battling against Keynes on the Committee of Economists appointed in 1930 by Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald. The committee's task was to examine the origins of the Great Depression and recommend solutions. Keynes chaired the committee, leading to frequent clashes between Keynes and Robbins. In the end, Robbins refused to sign the final report, despite the fact that Keynes had originally recommended him for appointment to the committee in the first place. Robbins first heard of Hayek from an article Hayek had written entitled The Paradox of Saving, in which Hayek attacked Keynesian economy was suffering from excessive saving and not enough consumption. At a time when Keynesianism was rapidly gaining credibility, Robbins considered Hayek's article to be the thing that we need at the moment to fight Keynes. In January and February of 1931, he provided 4 lectures at the LSE concerning the topics of his new book, Prices and Production. In contrast to an earlier lecture Hayek gave at Cambridge, which left the audience completely bewildered, the lectures at the LSE were extremely well received, and Hayek was quickly invited to become a professor at the LSE and to be featured in the LSE's scholarly journal, Economica. In May 1931, an English translation of The Paradox of Saving was published as the lead feature in Economica. The next issue, published in August, was a harshly critical review written by Hayek of Keynes's book, A Treatise on Money, and included an invitation for Keynes to respond in a closed paragraph. This was the first that Keynes had ever heard of Hayek, and for Hayek to put himself on equal footing with Keynes was to raise his profile significantly. In the November edition, a devastating reply from Keynes and a second rebuttal from Hayek was published. In his response, Keynes called Hayek's Prices and Production one of the most frightful muddles I have ever read, with scarcely a sound proposition in it, and an extraordinary example of how, starting with a mistake, a remorseless logician can end up in bedlam. Hayek was just as unsparing in his follow-up reply, writing, "Unfortunately, Mr. Keynes's answers do not seem to me to clear up many of the difficulties I have pointed out. He replies chiefly by a sweeping accusation of confusion. I cannot believe Mr. Keynes' wish to give the impression that he is trying to distract the attention of the reader from the objections which have been raised by abusing his opponent." The next year, in February 1932, the second part of Hayek's review of A Treatise on Money was published. For almost an entire year, Hayek dominated the pages of Economica by sparring directly with the most popular economists of the day. The feud was made in October 1930. Other Cambridge economists sent a letter to the London Times suggesting public investment to fight the Depression. In response, Robbins, Hayek, and other LSE economists fired back, supporting the government's balanced budget policy. The main question at stake was whether government or interest would be better at growing the British economy. Hayek and Robbins, of course, argued it was private interests who were superior, but at the time, Keynesianism was winning public opinion. Still, Hayek's exposure in Economica and the debate in the pages of British newspapers established a place for Hayek in British academia. By this time, Hayek had come to be seen as Robbins' point man for intellectual combat with Cambridge. With their heightened notoriety, Robbins and Hayek launched a joint economic seminar led by the two of them together that would become enormously popular at the LSE in the early and mid-1930s. The economics department that Robbins and Hayek built together became, in Hayek's words, probably the most important center of the new liberalism. The LSE attracted visiting economists from all around the world, including fellow Austrians Gottfried Haberler and Fritz Matschlup from Vienna, and the Americans Frank Knight and Jacob Viner from Chicago. During his heyday at the LSE, Hayek began an intellectual earlier as collectivist social problem to an English-speaking audience, I began to think harder about the methodologies of the social sciences that Menger and Cannon had been criticizing years ago. He was still seeking the answer to the question of how to create a society of order in which no one is actually coerced or directed by a central authority. No one at the time, but Hayek was actually on the cusp of formulating one of the most powerful ideas of any academic field to ever be put to paper, the concept of spontaneous order in a competitive economy. In 1936, the same year as Keynes's own magnum opus, The General Theory, Hayek published a small article entitled Economics and Knowledge. In this work, Hayek articulated the million-dollar question that had dogged him for so many years. Hayek wrote, "How can the combination of fragments of knowledge existing in different minds bring about results if they were to be brought about deliberately, would require a knowledge on the part of the directing mind which no single person can possess. To show that in this sense the spontaneous actions of individuals will, under conditions which we can define, bring about a distribution of resources which can be understood as if it were made according to a single plan, although nobody has planned it, seems to me indeed an answer to the problem which has sometimes been metaphorically described as that of the social mind." Though Hayek wouldn't pose the direct answer to this question until 1945 in another groundbreaking article, The Use of Knowledge in Society, he was beginning to perceive the whole of economics through a brand new light.
Hayek realized that the price mechanism in a competitive market society was an incredibly powerful tool for spreading accurate information. Hayek's idea was that free market like an economy that could synthesize and transmit information about price and value faster and more efficiently than any other economic system, but especially a centrally planned socialist economy. As long as there was a strong state and enforced laws in which rational, utility-maximizing individuals enjoyed the freedom to contribute their dispersed fragments of information to the market through buying and selling, liberty and prosperity would be maximized. The undirected free market would process more information than any central planning board could ever dream of, and any government intervention would only distort these price signals and disturb the otherwise perfect ecosystem of a free market society. Hayek had begun to explain how free market economies were not just places where commerce took place, they were the mechanisms that allowed the institutions of society to organize themselves without the coercion of a central authority. This was an accomplishment that built on and surpassed the theories of Menger, Cannon, and Mises, and Hayek posed his idea as the solution to the limits of human knowledge in a complex economy, and why economies that permitted government intervention literally could not deliver the goods.
But the prominence that the LSE enjoyed earlier in the 1930s didn't last forever. By the end of the decade, almost all of those who had been in Hayek's camp had shifted to Keynes. The role of active governments in the management of recessions and depressions became accepted as a common fact. The New Deal policies in the United States were well underway. Keynesianism was about to reach the height of its influence over liberal democracy, while Hayek's audience had dispersed. The world was passing over Hayek and his grand idea, an idea that would one day return to rule the world. Classical liberalism, laissez-faire capitalism, and the global gold standard trading system were now in political freefall. The ideas of government intervention in the economy, whether Keynesian or Marxist, were spreading and finding support all over the world. For those opposed to such policies, these were lonely times indeed, and the thinkers and business leaders who remained loyal to free market capitalism were forced to reach out to one another with a sense of urgency. They had to come together and do something to rehabilitate liberalism and combat the appeal of interventionism. In 1938, one of the first major attempts of a rehabilitation of this kind was attempted in Paris at a gathering called the Colloque Walter Lippmann. The event was a discussion of the book The Good Society by American journalist and was organized by the French philosopher Louis Rougier. The participants of this conference included Hayek and Mises, along with a host of other German and French liberals. Notably, they included Alexander Rostow, and Wilhelm Rauch, two German economists associated with the university. However, far from being a monolithic consensus, there were plenty of divergences in thought about what this new liberalism ought to look like. Was freedom an end in itself, or merely a means? Is liberalism a rigorous application of economic laws, or merely an ideology? Does liberalism have to take into account the provision of social security or not? On these issues, there was a clear divide. One side, headed by Rougier, Rostow, and Rauch, admitted the need to evolve past the shortcomings of laissez-faire liberalism which had led to the Great Depression. The other, advocated by Hayek and Mises, set out to define a liberalism that simply paired a free market liberal order with a strong state that reinforced competition. On this disagreement, Rousseau went straight to the point. It is undeniable that here, in our circle, two different points of view are represented. Those who do not find anything essential to be criticized or to change with traditional liberalism, and we, the others, who are seeking the responsibility for the decline of liberalism in liberalism itself, and consequently are seeking the solution in a fundamental renewal of liberalism. Though Rousseau was courteous in public, in private, he told his colleague Rock what he really thought of Hayek and Mises. They were relics, and it was liberals of their stripe who had caused the crises of liberal capitalism of the 20th century. Nevertheless, there was a unified
Part 4, I think it's 5 parts total.
In a world which had just begun to climb out of the depths of global economic depression and ended the first truly global war and recorded only 25 years earlier, peered downward into an abyss blacker than any ever glimpsed before. A doomed peace that began in Versailles eventually exposed its frayed edges in the 1930s. Germany, Italy, and Japan would soon plunge the world into a new conflict that would dwarf the so-called War of Ethiopia in 1935. Germany formed. The Spanish Civil War then erupted. And supported by France's city in a bid to exact its grasp of the world. As German forces massed on the Polish border, the last decrepit shreds of peace fell into the swirling darkness that churned beneath. It was impossible to know the magnitude of the chaos that would ensue in the coming 6 years, but in time, the whole world would come to know that history would be divided into before this war and after. Germany. By September 3rd, France, the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand had declared war on Germany. The alliance was joined later that week by South Africa and Canada, but by October 6th, Poland was German territory. After Poland, Germany targeted Denmark and Norway, which both fell within 2 months. Germany then immediately set its sights on France, which it flanked by first sweeping through Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. On the 10th of June, Italy invaded France, and Germany marched into Paris 4 days later. The Allied forces retreated from the continent at Dunkirk, and Britain was next in Germany's crosshairs. The Battle of Britain ensued in July 1940. The United Kingdom, by newly appointed Prime Minister Winston Churchill, was attacked by German air forces. The German Luftwaffe was first ordered to target shipping ports in order to disrupt the British economy and military armament. On August 1st, the Luftwaffe was tasked with defeating the British Royal Air Force in order to achieve aerial supremacy over the island and prepare a ground invasion. RAF airfields and infrastructure were attacked to slow the production of British fighter planes. The RAF retaliated in late August, striking residential areas of Berlin. Following the RAF attack, Hitler ordered the Luftwaffe to target British cities in reprisal. On September 7th, a massive German attack involving nearly 400 bombers and more than 600 fighters targeted British towns, cities, and industrial centers. London was bombed for 56 days and nights straight. The Blitz, as it became known, was a period of ceaseless nighttime bombing raids, which lasted until May 1941. Germany eventually failed to achieve aerial supremacy over Britain in one of their first major defeats of World War II, but still killed over 40,000 British civilians. It was in these conditions that the London School of Economics, where Hayek had resided since 1931, evacuated London. For the academic year 1939 to 1940, he moved to college in Cambridge, remained there throughout the war. Hayek's family initially moved in with the family of Lionel Robbins, while Keynes himself secured room for Hayek at King's College. Robbins and many other LSE faculty members went into government service during the war. Hayek also attempted to serve in the government, but was denied. Later, Hayek moved his family to Cambridge, where they lived in a semi-converted barn for the rest of the war.
But despite the somewhat uncomfortable conditions for Hayek and his family, the dormancy of the fledgling neoliberal movement born out the Kolak Walter Lippmann, and the horrific scale of conflict across the world, these warriors would prove to be mostly kind to Hayek. In contrast with a world that seemed bent on destruction, Cambridge was a place that actually thrived during the war years, and the same is true of Hayek's intellectual and professional development. As a consequence of his colleagues leaving for government service, Hayek became the acting editor of the Economica, the same journal in which he did battle with Keynes. Hayek continued giving lectures in advanced economic theory at Cambridge as he would have in London, even though the intellectual climate there, where Marx was required reading, frustrated him. Most importantly, he took on several ambitious projects rooted in political philosophy during these years that would greatly increase his global stature by 1945. And it was also during these years that Hayek and Keynes actually became closer in person, despite remaining ideological rivals. Hayek, an Austrian who had been naturalized as a British subject in 1938, found himself thoroughly at home in Cambridge, and placed all his sympathies with the English as he worked to the distant sound of falling bombs. But though Hayek might have found physical safety, all the government alone feared was beginning to doubt the climate of British politics and academia. Acceptance of government intervention in the economy was on the rise. The misery of the Great Depression had birthed powerful new arguments against unmonitored capitalism. The British labor socialism and its general theory had just begun to tear economic thought. William Beveridge's famous report, Social Insurance and Allied Services, would ignite the public support for a welfare state in the next 3 years. A large number of famous natural scientists in Britain, such as J.G. Bernal, J.B.S. Haldane, and Lancelot Hogben, outwardly supported communism. The founders of the Fabian Society, Beatrice and Sidney Webb, along with many other prominent leftist academics, such as William Beveridge, Harold Lasky, and Karl Mannheim, were now making a host of radical new claims that put liberal capitalism under scrutiny, such as that fascism was a natural outgrowth of a capitalist society in decay, that scientific progress would be stifled as long as capitalism persisted, and that planning was necessary to avoid totalitarianism of the left and right. Hayek's response to these conditions was to continue the departure from technical economic theory that he had started with Economics and Knowledge in 1936. In 1939, Hayek published an important pamphlet entitled Freedom and the Economic System, which primarily responded to the argument that fascism was an outgrowth of capitalism. According to Hayek, this pamphlet was originally born from a memorandum Hayek addressed directly to Beveridge and planted the early seeds of Hayek's most famous book in his entire career, The Road to Serfdom. Hayek explained, the situation arose in England, that people were seriously believing that National Socialism was a capitalist reaction against socialism. The main exponent whom I came across was Lord Beveridge, so I wrote a memorandum for Beveridge on this subject, then turned it into a journal article, and then used my time during the war to write out what was really a sort of advanced popular version of what I had imagined would be the great book on the abuse and decline of reason. It was adjusted to the moment and wholly aimed at the British socialist intelligentsia, who all seemed to have this idea that National Socialism was not just socialism, just something contemptible. In the midst of fascist oppression sweeping over the world, leftist commentators such as Beveridge began questioning if fascism was permitted to spread by capitalist parties in order to shut out the influence of socialism and Marxism, which threatened much of the capitalist system, if not the whole thing. The argument for private ownership of the means of production was still preserved fascist regimes. Entrenched wealthy interests still viewed fascism as preferable to socialism, making them complicit in the violence of fascist regimes in defense of capitalism. The iniquity permitted by capitalist societies also caused the masses to become susceptible to reactionary ideologies, further igniting the spread of fascism. Hayek considered this argument to be one of the most dangerous lines of reasoning against capitalism, and so he argued in Freedom and the Economic System that both socialism and fascism have common roots in economic planning, and in elevating the power of the state over that of the individual. Hayek wrote, "The main point it is that comprehensive economic planning, which is regarded as necessary to organize economic activity on more rational and efficient lines, presupposes a much more complete agreement on the relative importance of different social ends than actually exists, and that in consequence, in order to plan, the planning authority must impose upon the people the detailed code of values that is lacking. Put in another way, Hayek's point was that any attempts to plan the economy in service to goals such as greater efficiency or social justice might lead to the opposite of those intended consequences, because the planner would naturally have to decide which goods and services to create, and therefore which desires to satisfy, implicitly making a claim about which desires ought to be valued higher. And in order for the planner to avoid elevating one group's values at the expense of another's, they would naturally require more and more power to the economic outcomes, leading to total itself. In Hayek's view, only a competitive market system could permit the entire diversity of values to find expression while preserving freedom. The pamphlet also confronted the idea that scientific progress was being constrained by capitalism, and in doing so, Hayek hinted at what would become his next major endeavor in political philosophy. Hayek wrote, preconceptions of the purist and the engineer, which have dominated the outlook of the N during the past 100 years. This argument, that the social sciences had been infected by an erroneous conception of reason that overestimated what reason can actually accomplish, became the focus of a bold new treatise Hayek began at Cambridge, which he called the Abuse and Decline of Reason Project. The project was an enormous undertaking that Hayek worked on for almost the entire duration of World War II. Hayek initially intended to divide this work into two parts, which he called Hubris of Reason and The Nemesis of the Planned Society, and the completed work was meant to demonstrate how false conceptions of individual rationality, originating in France and Germany in the 18th century, had led to modern socialism's view of individual reason as powerful enough to plan and engineer all of society. This, Hayek argued, was inferior to true rationalism, originating in England and Scotland, which emphasized the relative insignificance of individual reason and the absence of deliberate intention behind complex phenomena. Whereas socialists believed enlightened individuals could deliberately plan a just and equitable society, Hayek believed that the spontaneous collaboration of free men would create a society greater than their individual minds could ever comprehend. Ultimately, however, The Abuse and Decline of Reason would never be published in its originally intended structure. Instead, excerpts were published separately in a variety of different forms, including 6 articles published in Economica between 1941 and 1944, which were later collected and published as The Counter-Revolution of Science, Studies on the Abuse of Reason in 1952. It was in these writings that Hayek coined the term scientism, or the mimicry and fetishization of science without respect for real scientific procedure. The final section of Hayek's grand work, originally titled The Nemesis of the Planned Society, is what eventually became The Road to Serfdom.
The Road to Serfdom, first published in Britain in March 1944 by Routledge Press, is quite possibly the most important document there is for understanding the origins of modern neoliberal capitalism. It greatly extended all of the arguments Hayek first made in Freedom in the Economic System, and with even more force. It continued to counter the claim made by the leading leftist intellectuals in Britain that fascism was the product of discordant capitalism. It also aimed to demonstrate that just as socialism could never match the spontaneous order of a competitive market system, it also could never protect liberty as well as a competitive liberal society paired with a strict rule of law. But most importantly, the road to serfdom was imbued with the urgency of a warning, that if any degree of socialism, which Hayek considered synonymous with complete economic planning, was permitted, all the greatest hallmarks of Western civilization would disappear, and even historically free countries like the United States and the United it grows from political freedom. Although we had been warned by some of the greatest political thinkers of the 19th century, by Tocqueville and Lord Acton, that socialism means slavery, we have steadily moved in the direction of socialism. We are rapidly learning views of Western civilization as Christianity and the Greeks and Romans. Not merely 19th and 18th century liberalism, but the basic individualism inherited by us from Erasmus and Montaigne, from Cicero and Tacitus, Pericles and Thucydides, is progressively relinquished. On the topics of competition and planning, Hayek wrote, "Economic liberalism is opposed to competitions being supplanted by inferior methods of coordinating individual efforts. Competition is superior not only because it is in most circumstances the most efficient method known, but even more because it is the only method by which our activities can be adjusted to each other without coercive or arbitrary intervention of authority. The increasing veneration for the state, the admiration of power, and of bigness for bigness' sake, the enthusiasm for organization of everything, we now call it planning, and that inability to leave anything to the simple power of organic growth are all scarcely less marked in England now than they were in Germany. On the topics of capitalism and democracy, Hayek wrote, "It is now often said that democracy will not tolerate capitalism. If capitalism means here a competitive system based on free disposal over private property, it is far more important to realize that only within this system is democracy possible. When it becomes dominated by a collectivist creed, democracy will inevitably destroy itself. We have no intention, however, of making a fetish of democracy. It may well be true that our generation talks and thinks too much of democracy, which it serves. Democracy is essentially a means, a utilitarian device for safeguarding internal peace and individual freedom. As such, it is by no means infallible or certain. It is largely responsible for the organized and protecting its citizens and as such, he accepted the existence of inequality as a necessary feature of society. Hayek wrote, only apparently paradoxical result of this is that formal equality before the law is in conflict, in fact incompatible with any activity of the government deliberately aiming at material or substantive equality of different people, and that any policy as the ideal of distributive justice must lead to the destruction of the rule of law.
Now I'm dropping into the Pioneer Clubhouse. Fucking 3 days in a row. I want to go and mind my own business. don't know why. Oh. Again, fuck, man. I've realized. Fucking half an hour to get there. Today's alright, I'll let it go. It's kind of... It took me a good 25 minutes to get out of the house. I was so disorganized. It's kind of set off the rest of the morning, so... Till now. I should have been a bit more punctual to get out of... Not out of bed, but just to get up and go. But... So... I've really got to leave on the bus way before 7 o'clock in the morning. So, but I had to get smokes again. Obviously got a coffee. So I'm here till close. It's about 3 o'clock the earliest. I'll probably end up leaving. Or 3:30 the latest. Between 3 and 3:30. So see what happens. Done a couple of silly mistakes the last couple of days since I was here. I've really got to clean my teeth too. But I'm so tired. But one of these days I can make a living, so I'm gonna print some poetry off soon. And driving through DY this morning, I'm trying to remind myself like this. There's a bookstore outlet DY, a second-hand one, that kind of hands out my poetry. So I can do it, sort of thing. Print some all out and hand them over to them. But stuff is good. Oh, the editing. Yeah. It wasn't working. It got up to the editing got exported up to 39%. It stayed 39%. So I don't know if it's just not displaying its progress or what. Which is really weird because the actual first time attempt to actually do it, like a 12-hour vlog or something, I got the editing up to 10.5 hours, and the exporting was fine. It was just converting it to video that was the problem with that one, but oh well. So hopefully by tomorrow morning or something it'll be done. So convert it. So, this is annoying. So I kind of just changed it around a bit. It's going to be a bit funny looking at it, but I cut off the last 2 parts to it, but so what I'm planning to do tonight, I'm going to export all this footage off my phone onto the computer. So I gotta find something else to do as I'm doing it, because I kind of feel a bit guilty just sitting there, export. But tomorrow I've got to do some filming, so that's hence why I've got to get the storage. Also, I've got to buy a new mouse. The mouse that I've got is just fucking around. I can barely use it, so... Have a look at the way home. Might drop off at the mall, but... No! You know what I can do instead? I'll use my yellow computers for the night. Tomorrow, hang on. Maybe tomorrow I'll have a look. I won't buy it today. A new one today, because I thought I'd fuck it on the way home, buy a new mouse or something, but... I'll wait till tomorrow, do the filming, then what else? Yeah, and buy a new one. Like, the thing is, I would have the time to kind of go around looking for one, like just buy the cheapest option, use it for while it lasts. Problems never stop, Shares work. So anyway, obviously I'm sitting in a different place outside work. Normally it's that way. I would normally sit towards these bushes. This week's a different roster, so maybe towards the end of the week I might say something about it. This the third official week that I'm here. So each day's been different. Each roster's been different. Which hospitality can be guilty of doing. But I guess, you know, having said that, at least each week is the week less prone to being the same. But having said that too, it's just, you know, we've all got our own lives to live and all that, but it'll be good just to have a bit of a more of a, I can think ahead a bit better, all that jazz, so, you know what, I have to get at the toilet as soon as I sit down. But Such is life, hey? But, you know, other than that, it's a bit of an annoying way. Taking this shit. It's taking a while to come out. Oh, fuck that. It's like I'm taking shit in a shed too. Oh, there it goes. I got roughly about 50 minutes to go till I actually start. I'm knocking off at 2 o'clock this afternoon, which is good. Most days, all the days I'm actually finishing at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Besides Sunday, Sunday's going to be a big fucking day for me. No, not a big day, but just annoying. They want me to start at 7 o'clock in the fucking morning, which shouldn't be a surprise considering it's a cafe. They want me to knock off at 2:30. You know, not with me, but I have seen other staff get let off early. So, I'm tired. But anyway, I finally uploaded one of the so I don't think I've explained some of the vlogs. Vlog 105, I'm pretty sure it's fucking cursed. Like, that footage is cursed. I don't know how much I've explained it to me, but I just didn't have enough time to sit there and part of it searching for this new job and changing my weekly schedule around. It's one, it has thrown it around, but I just never had the time to kind of sit there and edit it all together. And plus I knew the length of the vlog will be pretty long. My initial thought was just to put together parts. I did 4 parts together. So originally, so the first problem was I just didn't have the time to sit there and edit it together. And some of the parts that I've had, when I went to convert it, there was issues with the timestamp. So when I was converting it into the actual video, I had to redo it again because I didn't save the program and take the time. It would let you know whereabouts timestamp problems are in the actual video. So I just had to cut them out. And the first time I ended up exporting it, it's got stuck at 22%, then it got stuck again at 39%. So I've uploaded the original first part to it. Like I said, I was editing it into parts. So it helped to clear up footage. Last night before I went to bed, I ended up putting together the other parts together. So hopefully, so Sunday night at about 11 o'clock at night, I'm trying to think through when should I actually... I think part of the problem is the fact that it's putting together this part ended up, I think the time was about 8 hours and 50 minutes, I think, give or take. Or 40 minutes, something like that. It was 8 hours plus, I know that for sure. What am I going to do? So I'm trying to think over when I think will be a good time that's going to be said and done. I'm thinking about around Thursday, maybe probably Friday at the latest. And it's just to get rid of the footage, you know, because I've been actually part of the problem. Now this is more my fault. The fact that I haven't been releasing the footage and stuff. I've kept on filming anyway, so I've upped the so that's just gonna stop. So maybe trim this part soon. So yeah, Friday. I think Friday would be a good day. Fuck, I've got so much anxiety at the moment. My anxiety's been triggered. Oh, fuck knows what. This is right behind me. There's like the back of people's apartments and shit. Some lady's now having a cigarette was just sneezing like crazy. And they're sneezing a tap. But I'm hoping by Friday that vlog's gonna be okay. Because I can convert it and Saturday morning at least I can start uploading it. And oh shit. I'll be working. Yeah, no, I can do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll start uploading on Saturday. But the thing is, I'm here working Sunday. It's gonna take. This is only if it's ready. I'll be able to kind of leave the screen uploading as I'm fucking as it's uploading. So there's gonna be something to do to pass the time. That I just finished. Anyway, I just finished reading that. Noam Chomsky, which is probably I've always been a casual fan of, not a massive fan. I'm trying to make a point of reading and getting into his lectures and talks as well. So, New World Order's Old and New. I think this got published in '94. So. George Bush Senior had that famous New World Order clip speech thing. So anyway, so the back cover. Oh, that's him. That's Noam Chomsky. So shout out to him. Anyway, so the back cover reads: with the collapse of the Berlin Wall in 1989, the world order came to an end, or did it? In this remarkable study of global politics, Noam Chomsky offers a devastating critique of conventional definitions of the New World Order. So enthusiastically claimed by President Bush, like I just said, George Bush Senior. It is, he argues, nothing more than an ingenious piece of historical engineering, whereby the pretext of the cultural nuclear threat, Eastern Bloc menace, has definitively replaced by a new set of convenient justifications for a Western agenda that remains largely unchanged. The United States, a nation of almost unimaginable perfection in the eyes of its admirers, will continue to act as safeguarding the interest of its allies, its clients and the masters of global economy, its detriment to the rest of the world. Chomsky draws together a wealth of historical details in support of his argument, demonstrating with awesome clarity that basic rules of world order remains as always been. A revisionist historians and commentators continue the work reshaping the past and current history of the Gulf War, Bosnia, Palestine, world orders order. Impressive, much needed assault of legitimate status quo, old and new. Noam Chomsky is a professor of linguistics at MIT and is an international acclaimed scholar and political activist. He is the author of numerous books, including Returning Tide, The Culture of Terrorism, Necessary Learners, all published by Pluto Press. Okay, Pluto Press is the publisher for it. So most of his shit that I recommend, his interviews and his lectures, so it's a lot. Like, he has a lot of information out there. So finished it up this morning, hence why I can fucking read. So to go home and get a new book. Fuck, I really need a new car. I shouldn't be spending money like this, but sounds in my fucking face.